Hey, and welcome back to California-thon 2, sponsored by Twitch. As you can hear from all the clapping, we are on our final game right now with BichPhuongBallz with Final Fantasy VI. This whole event is being run out of, what are we, in Santa Clara? I can't remember.
Santa Clara.
I'm from Pennsylvania, so I'm terrible at all of the, we're at the Marriott in Santa Clara. This is benefiting Direct Relief, and I'm actually a representative that works for Direct Relief. I want to thank everyone who's been here and raised, the whole staff, everyone, for raising over $10,000 for Direct Relief. This really does help us out quite a bit. So give yourself a round of applause for raising. So, without further ado, let's get this run started. So are we ready?
I think we're ready. Hello everybody, I'm BichPhuongBallz. We're about to run Final Fantasy VI with the sketch glitch for possibly the last time, so enjoy it. And I'll let my friends introduce themselves.
I'm Jimmy Poopins.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Poopins.
I am Jimmy Poopins.
Thank you very much.
My God, all of you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
You're welcome.
Alright, let's get started here in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go big.
There's actually a flurry of stuff to talk about in the beginning, so there might be a lot of stuff going on, and I'll just get to it when I get to it. Or these guys will get to it. But I don't know, it's fine. Let's just see what my ATB starts. Okay, that's probably okay. Alright, so the first thing we want to do is get our guest characters, Wedge and Vix, out of the battles. These battles do give experience, and we won't see these guys again after the sequence, but we will see this nice young lady again, so we want her to get all the experience. We want her to reach level 6 before we finish the sequence, so that additional party members will join at higher levels as well. And that's going to form the basis for the speedrun for the early goings. Running in this game is very strange and really never worked this way ever again. So everybody runs separately, there's no all-party run. Everybody charges basically an invisible meter that has to fill up before they're allowed to run. Many characters have a different rate at which they charge that meter, and then nobody's allowed to run at all unless their ATB meter is full. And even if your run meter is full, if you don't have full ATB, you won't run. So we're going to make use of that, coupled with using Terra's longest battle animation, which is Bioblast, to get the guys to run away. We charge up their meters during the fight, we use Terra last, and then we get them to run away. And that's how that's going to go for a while. We also set the battle speed to 6. Battle speed only affects the monsters, not your party members, so you actually want to use the slowest battle speed so that the monsters get the least amount of turns possible. Battle Speed 1 doesn't speed up the game at all. In fact, if you use Battle Speed 1, you actually slow yourself down because you have to be extra safe. The monsters, you'll just get hit way more. The other thing we're doing is we're trying to close the command menu before the end of the fight, because the game actually takes about 1/3 of a second to close it for you before it finishes the battle. But if you close it already, then it doesn't have to do that. So every battle, if you can do that, you save about 1/3 of a second. Every 3 battles, then you actually save a second off your speed run, which counts for a lot across a multi-hour run. And then we're going to come up to Welk here, and we're going to try to get a quick kill on him. If you're familiar with him, you know eventually when he takes enough turns, he retreats into a shell and he counterattacks you if you hit the shell. And we want to kill him before he does that by glitching him out. Let's see if we can make it work. Basically, we're going to have him counter us on purpose when he should be taking his turn, and it should glitch him out to not take any extra actions. ATB is actually really bad, but in general, you should be able to pull the fight off no matter what happens, except for Terra getting slowed. We'll see what happens. But the higher the ATB she starts with, the more likely you are to get it off. Okay, so we have exactly the worst possible luck. So what I'm going to try to do is just glitch him out anyway, so he doesn't take any turns. But unfortunately, the fight's just going to take forever. That's just that's just what's going to happen, unfortunately. Yeah. And then with the other guy dead too, I can't try to really make up the time either. So we're just gonna wait.
Is it cool if I get some donations in real quick?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, cool. Just let me know whenever you're ready.
All right, we still got it. Oh yeah, go ahead.
All right, we got a couple donations that came in. Choto the Bright donated $30. Okay, I lied. One more. Let this go to two names. First, $5 naming Edgar Sikinar, and then for his runs and contributions to California-thon cause, and let the other 25 go to naming Tara Spide. It's the gamer handle of my closest friend who has hit some hard times. I hope this brightens up her day. Then we got $20 from D Lancer. This is for Edgar. Is Egg R. $30 from Anonymous. Hello. Please name lock FMA. And then we got another $20 donation from The Lonely Bosun. FF6 run. Yes, put my money $20 to naming Sabin CLBHT42.
Speaking of names, we're gonna need Tara's name basically right now.
All right, and the winner for Tara is Spide. SPIDE.
I think I hit everything that I needed to hit, so... Oh, we didn't really talk about weight tricking. So we do keep the battle system on weight. I'll continue that thought after we name her. SPIDE.
Yes.
That's pretty optimal.
We
As
we-
expected of the world record, of course.
Yes. We do keep the battle mode on wait also, so when you do step into a menu, like item menu, magic menu, or command like steel, it will pause everybody's ATB, including your own. You can make use of that by starting an animation, which is going to continue no matter what, but if you pop into a menu while that's going on, you'll actually halt ATB, and you can get some extra turns that way over the bosses or enemies as well. So we'll be making use of that. I didn't get to do it very much in the fight because the fight didn't work out, but you'll be seeing it again. And then one thing I didn't get to take advantage of either because Spide was slowed was we put on memory cursor as well. So wherever you leave the cursor, the game's going to remember it. And if you're going to be using the same thing multiple times, then it's faster that way. Like I don't have to select fire every time after I go to it. Oops. Too fast, man. I'm too godlike.
God gamer.
Yeah. We are going to take every single fight in here, as well as farm an extra one, because again, we do want our young friend here to hit level 6 before we fall down the hole. So that does have to happen. Because she'll join at RB level 6, Locke will join at either 6 or 7, and then Edgar will join at that same level, and Sabin will join at +2 or whatever my average level is, blah blah blah. So that's what we want. If we don't do that, we're actually too weak to do any of the strats that we need to do. So we will take the time to fight everything here. Otherwise, this place is kind of whatever. You can lose a lot of time from RNG, like, you know, a back attack pincer or Welk screwing you over, but you're not gonna, like, die or anything like that. So like I said, we're gonna farm one extra one here because I'm one fight short for 6. That's built hit. This is not something that I made a mistake for.
I should probably mention that there's basically a step route for this game. There is some setup before you start the game. But basically, Bic knows exactly, what tiles he's going to get the encounters on, what actual encounter packs he's going to get. And this will hopefully continue throughout the game. Depends on what happens in Velt, but up until then, it should be all according to plan.
Yeah, we'll be doing a fair amount of leveling for the next 20-30 minutes. And we don't need literally every fight. So, because I know which encounters are coming up, I know which ones I can run from and which ones I should fight. Kind of funny, actually. The amount of research that's gone into step routing really isn't that huge in this game. There's a lot more work that could be done into it. But it is a lot of work. But what this encounter manipulation I have really just gives the best combination of early game safety, so minimizing encounters that can pincer you, maximizing encounters where you are fighting one enemy or just less enemies in general, and the more enemies there are, the longer it takes for you to run away, and stuff like that, and just kind of less dangerous encounters in general. It also lets me manipulate a later part of the game, which we'll get to. It's by no means perfect because you can't get a perfect route across multiple hours, but you can try to make it as consistent as possible. You absolutely do not have to step route to play this game and even get a good time. It's just more RNG you're working against. But certainly, it should not be a bar that stops anyone from playing this game. You certainly don't have to do it. You'll just probably be slower. Thank you, Jimmy, for helping me out with the commentary.
Do my best.
I need Locke's name. I sure just said something, probably, but I didn't.
And Locke's name is going to be FMA.
Yes. Perfect.
Thank you.
Let's see it.
Stands for Full Metal Alchemist.
It's my
right?
favorite
This is
anime.
an anime.
Of course. Of course.
That is correct.
It's a good show. You haven't watched it.
It also has a speed run.
No, it doesn't.
It does. My man Magic Freak has that.
Yeah,
Has done speed runs in
Magic
that
Freak
game.
got that game on lock.
I'm gonna let that one slide. There's some tiny text box tricks you can do in this game that are that let you do things at the first frame possible, such as if you want to talk to someone or open a chest, you can just walk up to it and hold A, and it'll open or whatever for you automatically. Or I'm about to say no to these guys in a minute if I don't want additional information, and instead of having to wait for the dialogue box, I can just hold down and it'll automatically scroll to no. Just little small things like that. What do you guys, or I guess Farrell, want to talk about what I'm doing here?
Yeah, so we don't actually want. This Mog party, Moogle party, is going to be the strongest one, so we're going to use them. And if you play this game, you probably know that if you run into these guards, you're going to get into an encounter. But you only actually get into an encounter with them if you're both stationary next to each other. So what Bic does is he just waits for the guard to start moving, and then moves past him. And since they're both in motion, you don't actually get into encounters. We're going to see that more in Kefka and Narsh. Especially more so if Bic does the thing.
No, wait. We're taking this ultra safe, is what we're doing. This is not only the strongest party, but you can actually steal gear off of Mog, and his gear is very good. You don't need the shield, that's not mandatory, but you definitely want his pike. The shield does give me some extra safety for a boss later, so I definitely want it. Just so everyone knows, too. The Marshal has 420 HP. He's my favorite enemy.
It's perfect. You actually had a Bioblast that did 420
Nice.
also.
This is it, dude.
That means this run is going to be a 420, is that right?
I'll try to do better than that so you can go home. So I can go home.
I
also.
appreciate that.
But, yeah, other than that, we're done with the first sequence. We put in actually a lot of tech in there that you're going to see again and again, only in the first 15 minutes. But we are also in... this game is pretty cutscene heavy. There's only one stretch that's like ultra bad, but even in the beginning here, there's going to be a lot of dialogue boxes. So there's actually a fair bit of time for donations, and probably just a couple minutes here, or whatever else you need to plug or talk about. Yeah, once we get to the overworld and I mention something, then we'll be good to go on the... Cool, so what we're going to do here is attempt to take a very specific walking pattern for two reasons. The major reason being there are tiles on the overworld that you can't you can't get an encounter on. And so you want to make use of those steps if you can, because it just prolongs the time it takes for you to get the next encounter. There are also other tiles in here that I learned the hard way that have increased threat, which will also change when you'll get your encounter. And so if I'd walked through that forest, my encounters would be in different spots. So this is also another decent example of step routing and picking the seed that we've chosen, because there's a lot of those battles with one enemy that are easy to run away from. And before we get into it, we'll also need... oh, nice. I talked to the same guy 4 times. Before we get into other stuff, we'll need Edgar's and Saban's names, too. Edgar's name in just a moment, yeah. Okay. You. Now we have the motley crew of Spied, FMA, and Egg R. Saban's name also?
Yeah, Saban's name is going to be CLB HT42. The C and the H are capitalized.
Yeah, I'll have to hear that one again.
Okay. It's essentially, I think, Caleb Hart 42.
I understand. Someday, youth in all capitals will have his time to shine, but not today. CLB? Oh. CLB. HT? 42? That's not gonna fit.
Yeah, it's six letters.
We're gonna go with 4. Thank you, Caleb Hart 4. Got it now. Alright, yeah, we got cutscenes for a while. If there's anything that needs to happen. What's he got? Alright.
Alright, cool. We did get a couple donations in. Let me get those pulled up. We got a $30 donation from Winterbit. Someone named Realm to be Poyo. I'm merely the messenger. Thanks again, everyone who helped out make this an amazing weekend. I'm already looking forward to Californiathon 3. See you then. We got another $30 donation from Anonymous. Thank you very much. A $20 donation from Anonymous. PJD Board must reign as Realm's name. A $31 donation from Dwango AC. This is Dwango AC, keeper of the Taskbot, here to tell people to come to taskbot.net for more details on console verification and taskvideos.org for great tool-assisted speedruns, just like Mario Kart 64 and Super Mario 64. Taskbot says, save the frames, but I don't know what he's talking about. Thanks again for the event. And then we got a $105 donation from Dr. Wiley for Darkman as Shadow. P.S. It really wasn't Darkman donating either. It was actually me, Dr. Wiley, all along. So let's talk about why we're here. We're raising money for Direct Relief. Direct Relief is a charity that helps people in situations of poverty, disasters, and any sort of emergency situation at quickly delivering medical equipment. We operate in all 50 states and over 70 countries around the world. We also have a perfect 100 on Charity Navigator, which evaluates charitable organizations, and we're actually ranked #1 in 2016. We have a couple prize incentives or incentives for donating right now. Right now, if you donate over $30 in a single donation or multiple donations throughout the rest of the run or the marathon, you're entered for a chance to win a Nintendo Switch with a copy of Breath of the Wild. We also have an incentive to name the characters of this game. Right now, we have a couple left. We have Shadow, Guru, Setzer, Strago, and Realm. Realm. So you can get those donations in. And yeah. Right now for Shadow is Darkman with $115, and then In and Out's in second place with 103. So if you want In and Out to win,
Dang.
we can get some donations in. And we're also getting closer to $15,000. We're less than $500 away, so let's get some donations and let's get those names filled up.
Sometimes there's weird spots you wouldn't think there's something you might want to think about. Coming up is one of them. Eventually we're going to get to South Figaro, where we're going to try to get to a shop, and there's two NPCs that often get in your way, but right now you can kind of see some stuff going on. The NPC movement value is changing all throughout this cutscene. So in an effort to try to make it to where I don't get owned in town a little bit later, we're actually going to hang out on a text box and see where that gets me. It's also hard to tell because obviously I'm playing a little differently than I normally would. Now, you wouldn't normally keep long names. The game does draw the text characters at a time, so the less characters you make it draw, the faster you get to go. And so you actually want one-letter names for everybody. But obviously for a marathon, that's just not how it goes. But in a PB attempt, that's what you would do. You would eat the time it takes to clear away the names because it gets saved later on. We have a boss here. It's not much of a boss at all. All you really have to do is crossbow them with Agagar twice. And then, since you have to sit around and wait anyway, you may as well steal as well. And then, at this point, I'm also just, I moved the sleeping bags up to the top because they're going to get sold, and it's just faster to do that. And then we're going to make a good use of memory cursor there. Like, obviously Locke wasn't going to get his turn, but the next thing he's going to do is fight. So I may as well just put the cursor up there. And that's it. Easy peasy. You can use fire there, but you enter like a 4-minute long cutscene or something like that. So you don't want to do that in a speed run. No matter who pesters you about it, you don't do it. We're going to watch these guys talk for a while, and then we're going to hit the South Figaro cave where I'll be taking every encounter, because again, I do want experience. I actually do want a little bit of money before I hit the town also. and they're really easy fights. Unless you get damage trolled, you'll run shot them with crossbow every time, so it's not a big deal. I also want to point out to everybody that in just a moment we're going to be riding a chocobo, and I just want you to remember that just for now. That we are in fact riding a chocobo right now, and I'm doing it flawlessly. Okay? So just keep that in mind.
Should we applaud?
No. It's still me, so just don't worry about it. Here you actually get some free steps. It's gonna pull you into the spring no matter what, so you can heal, and then I'll get an encounter one step later. And then at this point in time, you're basically hoping that Edgar starts with good ATB, so you don't have to wait as long. The only trolly thing that can happen is he can do 118 to some of the guys, and they have 119 HP, so you have to queue up a fight with Locke, and then also hope if someone does survive, it's only just one person. Because I don't queue up to attack with Terra ever, and I've never had cause to regret it, but I guess you never know. So in a situation like this, because Edgar is just really slow. That's pretty good ATB.
There it is.
So it's not like it's a major time loss, but what FF6 is all about when it comes to RNG is just really, really minor time losses that happen over and over and over again. I mean, there are portions that can screw you over time-wise, but for the most part, it's just little stuff like that. You know, if you lose 2 seconds 10 times, which is not unheard of at all, that's still a fair amount of time. I see.
Well on the way.
Yeah.
The road to 420.
Yeah, we're on pace. So here we're just taking advantage of all non-encounter tiles as well. Nice. Take that, dude. We even beat Shadow out. Oops. So we're buying 3 sets of sprint shoes. We're gonna put everybody in the back row to take damage, and we're not gonna really do any physical attacks anyway. Take less damage, rather. And then, as you can see, sprint shoes make you run a lot faster. Now, I'm bringing up the Chocobo again. We already rode one, but it actually forces you to read the instructions on how to ride one anyway, for some reason. I don't really get it, but I guess just in case you forgot. And then we're off to Mount Colts. The goggles, physical evasion is not really a thing that works in this game, so the darkness ability doesn't work, so then an item that makes you immune to darkness also just as pointless. You would never actually spend your hard-earned money on that, ever, but they are actually very useful for the sketch glitch that will happen, like, 3 hours from now. So they are actually really important. And then from there, we bought 3 sprint shoes. Obviously, I only have 1 party right now, but there will be multiple times where we split up, and their gear isn't gonna carry over. But the inventory will, but not what's equipped. So every distinct party is gonna need their own set of sprint shoes, so that we can continue to move fast. We are gonna take a detour here for the Atlas armlet. What it does is it's going to increase Edgar's physical attack stat, I guess, a little bit, which is what the auto crossbow is based on. So basically what it's going to do is it's going to have him deal a little bit more damage. And it's also going to help ensure that we can one-shot a lot of things, which is possible without it, but is not guaranteed. And we're going to take an extra step here to farm this encounter. And then the way the experience lines up also is you don't need Locke in this 4-pack or in one single 4-pack. So what I'm going to try to do is get him to run away before the battle ends and give the experience to the other 2. It typically works out, but sometimes you get trolled, but it didn't happen. So that's good. We're doing good. We got a soft. That's actually terrible, but it's okay. You can see a little bit more extra money. It's not really that bad, but it takes up space in the inventory. And you don't really need the money it gives you, so it's kind of a pain, but at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. And then right now, preemptives and side attacks like that are very valuable because you get to run away right away. And so that actually saves you a ton of time. A lot more than you might think. And we're going to do some gear swapping here. We're going to put the pike we stole from Mog on Edgar, and then we're going to put the shield we stole from Mog on Locke, and Edgar's old weapon on Locke as well. Because Locke will be doing some physical attacks later. Ooh, another soft. And then, and the shield gives him a little bit boosted defense, because obviously if you're going to do physical attacks, you want them to be in the front row, so we will be moving him. We're going to be fighting a bunch of these too. We need every single one on the screen except for 2. So what you're really hoping for is at least 2 preemptives, and you can use those preemptives to just run away from them immediately, because you won't need them. I will have to heal before we start the fight as well. And then the last thing you're hoping for, basically, is for these Trilliums to not use poison on you. You have the means to heal the poison, but it takes MP, and I need my MP. I can afford basically, I think, 1 antidote. Ooh. And then once I have to use another one, I short MP for the boss fight, which just makes it take longer, unfortunately. You can also speed up your game a little bit by remembering where you are in transitions, whether it's from screen to screen or out of battle. You can actually move while the game's still fading in. You don't have to wait for it to get control. So that's one of the things that your better runners are going to be doing. For me personally, I've always had a hard time remembering exactly what screen's coming up next. And especially early on, your steps matter a lot. So I often take the time to make sure I know where I am and I know where to go before I do that. So it's only so often.
I've got a quick announcement. We just hit $15,000. Thank you everyone for donating. I'll pass it back over and then we can get those donations right in a bit.
That's awesome. So we did want those battles to get an average party level of 9, which is going to have save and join up level 11. Nice, which you definitely need. So this sucks. At least they're hitting the guy with most HP. Well, and then I have no means of reviving anybody, so someone dying is really bad. Not that that was going to happen right there, but it's just, yeah, something you got to look out for. I better play it a little safe. Alright, we're gonna fight Vargas. You can fight this guy one of 2 ways. You can basically hold A to win, or you can try to take a look at your ATB and his, where he takes his turns, to decide to wait trick or let it fly. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna hold A to win. First you gotta fight the double Ipu before Vargas is targetable. So you'll take him out with the fire and an auto crossbow. So there goes one. Ow. And then you're just gonna alternate. That's what you're doing. Block attacks, Edgar crossbows, Terrifiers. It's just that simple. We're gonna let this one ride. I can't be bothered to go faster. The reason why you might want to take a look at what's happening is where he takes his turn. Oof, I actually... Oh well, that's unfortunate. We'll see what we can do. Because he does potentially... Like, where he takes his turn before this cutscene matters. So, for example, if he just takes his turn, like, literally right before this happens, then you're pretty much guaranteed that he won't use Doomfist, because he still has to wait for his ATP to fill. Otherwise, you have no idea. And there is dialogue when he Doomfists you. So what you're trying to do is skip it entirely, or have him do it so early that it doesn't matter, because like you wouldn't have possibly gotten your turn anyway. And I think he's gonna get his turn. Oh no. Dude, I did it perfectly without trying, so that's totally fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, so that's basically how you want it to go. Good job, Caleb. You did it. And yeah, there you go. Yeah. One of the really important things of why you want to level is really big time for your Figaro bros. Saban does a lot of damage at 11. Your current boss strats wouldn't work at all if he was level 10. And at the end of the day, you also, I forget what level he needs Aura-Bolt, but if you didn't do any leveling at all, he would join without it, and that's a boatload of damage you're missing out on, and you definitely want that. We're also going to give some experience love to Edgar in the near future, but not quite yet. Other than that, we're going to be in Cutscene Town for a while. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. So we got a couple donations. We got $1 from Spider Lemmings. Hey, it's the BichPhuongBallz, the Full Metal Alchemist. Send my regards to General Kutan. This is name in Strago Vol'jin, hashtag PPMA. We got another $1 donation from Shield. Cannot afford more this month, but glad to hear how far a little bit will go with Direct Relief. Thank you, Direct Relief, and thank you, Californiathon. We got a $30 donation from Gremora. Good luck, Bic. Don't forget to Berserk Realm.
Thanks, Gamora.
We got a $21 donation from Muguri. Hungry but having fun watching it live. Name Gao Gummy Worm because it's all I have to eat in my bag. We got a $33 donation from Squidwalk. $33 towards naming Seltzer Ross. And then we got a $337 donation from Potato Pony with no comment, but thank you very much for all those donations. Even $1 donations go very far because that $1 can be leveraged into up to $47 worth of medicine and medical equipment with Direct Relief. So thank you very much for all those awesome donations and getting us over $15,000.
I just think it's funny because it has literally nothing to do with me, but somehow in every marathon that I'm in, we hit a milestone every time I'm in the middle of my run.
That means you're good luck. You got to start being at every marathon now.
That means you run a popular game.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly all it is. It's just funny to me. So here you just gotta basically do two things. Get through some story triggers, those triggers being to talk to your party members, and then Bannon. But before we talk to Bannon, we are gonna definitely grab a bunch of treasure chests. Either for safety or for money. And I think like one thing for speed. Otherwise, you are actually going well out of your way to get this stuff. In a race up to a certain boss, Kefka at Narsh, you wouldn't even bother getting these things. It's just a waste of time. But in a longer game run, yeah, it's definitely worth your while to even go well out of your way to get this thing here. And then what we're going to do is talk to Bannon, and there are two outcomes. He asks you to join the Returners, and you can say yes, at which point you go through this long cutscene where you strategize, and then you also get the relic, the Gauntlet. So that cutscene takes forever, you don't want it, but not only that, but if you say no 3 times, you skip that cutscene, and you get the Genji Glove instead, and the Genji Glove does not work the way it's supposed to. You are supposed to be able to dual-wield weapons, but at a cost of dealing less damage per weapon, but that doesn't actually work. You actually do full damage instead, so that's what you want. They're basically, I would imagine, are supposed to be identical. A Gauntlet, you hold one weapon with 2 hands and do a little bit of extra damage, but since the Genji Glove doesn't work and you do, way more damage than you should, and there's no reason not to get the Genji Glove at all. I have a feeling, though, because that cutscene you skip is so long, you'd probably go this route anyway, to be honest. That's just my own speculation, though. Alright, we got some manipulation coming up. The river has 2 mandatory encounters, and then the rest is RNG. So what we're going to do is set the specific seed and a specific NPC movement value, and then we're going to get no encounters outside of the mandatory ones, assuming I do it correctly. So I'm going to be quiet for a little bit. that. So what we're going to do is move the seed over by 15. We're going to move the seed over 1 by hitting this screen here. So that moved it up by 1. Once we get to that screen again, it will also move it up by 1. And then when I load the game, it'll move it up by 13. And I also need to make sure I buffer my movement because I have to watch this guy, and I don't want him taking any movements that I'm not accounting for. Basically, all you're looking for is as soon as he gets on that like carpet or whatever it is, you get out, and that should set the NPC value movement value to the place I want it to be. I will get 1 here, and then I should get 2 pterodons, which I actually want. Bannon's one of the slowest characters you have, so this is not uncommon at all. But nothing happens. It's totally fine. Okay, what we want to do here is the same trick. We want everybody except for Edgar to run away. So we're going to try to do that. Don't do this to me, Bannon. Don't do it. Okay, thank you. What this does is it gives some decent money as well, but most importantly, it gives Edgar his next level up, which is important like an hour and a half from now. But he really needs this level to do enough damage later on. I mean, it helps upcoming too, but it's like super important for a while from now. And as you can see, we're just trucking along without any encounters. Encounters just eat up so much time. You don't have a means to run from them very quickly. You have Bannon who sucks at running, and you can run into like 7 more encounters. Like, it just eats up your time horrendously. And so this is super nice to just trudge on without a worry. So I'm gonna do a brief amount of menuing here. Oops. Heal just in case, and we'll save just in case as well. There's really no reason for this, but you never know, I guess. You basically, in a PB attempt, would never save anywhere. But we're in a marathon, so there will be a number of places. By the way, someone needs to remind me to save in lock scenario before the cave.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so, here we are. I'll probably have to concentrate on this final, so... Ow. Alright, so what we did there is the same thing. We tried to do the Welk. He does have a counter attack when you use fire on him, so we basically try to counter cancel him again. We try to make him counter me when he should have had his turn, so that he glitches out and just kind of sits there instead. And then we just try to pummel him with our strongest attacks possible. You would otherwise not really want to toy with Bannon in the front row because he could die, but since, yeah, I mean, that's the fastest strat out there right now. The strat before this one used to give you a chance to have Terra do a desperation attack, because if she survives a tentacle hit and goes into critical, there's a 1 in 16 chance she does like a special move basically, and it ends the fight like way quicker. But you can't really bank on a 1 in 16. So you do this strat, which is 4 seconds faster and 100% consistent, because Ultros he works on a script, a complete script. So who he hits might differ, but what he does is completely predictable, and you just kind of make use of when he should go, and you glitch him out. We're gonna need Shadow's name. Yeah, we're gonna do saving scenario first, which means, and we're gonna be picking up Shadow in his scenario.
So Shadow's name at $115 is going to be Darkman.
Nice. That's okay. I like Darkman.
He's alright.
I dare say I like Darkman more than I like In and Out, so that's a lot.
Strong words, dude.
Yeah. Dark.
How do you?
Darkman.
Darkmin.
Darkman.
Darkman.
Dark Minnesota.
This is technically a time loss to get Shadow, but it's so much safer and so much consistent, and not just because it's a marathon, just in general. So it's absolutely worth your while. Unless you really just want to grind the best luck possible, it's absolutely worth your while to grab him. And we're gonna truck along here. I farmed that encounter because if I had been in the forest instead, I would have actually gotten a 3 enemy encounter, not a 1. So we farmed the encounter ahead of time and then we moved through. So as you can see, the running is nice. You don't have to worry about big packs. And then we're gonna have cutscenes. And we're also gonna have Cyan's name coming up here. Not literally right now, but pretty dang soon. Cyan's name. Sabin scenario is really long, but you definitely want to do it first. For some shopping you get to do at the very end. Namely the smoke bomb item, which allows you, once you get to use it, to immediately escape from a battle as long as it's not inescapable. And that's huge for the rest of the game, so yeah, that's why you do this one first. The only thing that will stop you once you have them is just, you know, crappy ATB, but there's ways around that also. Cyan, C-Y-A-N, unless you didn't make it on the list for some reason. Nice. Runner's Choice. You got it. I know exactly the name.
Well, we did get a couple donations, and one of them is a Runner's Choice donation, so we can choose it for that one. Do you mind if I read quick donations?
Go ahead. Yeah,
All right, cool.
absolutely.
So we had a $50 donation, The Man with the Hex. One last donation for the marathon. It's been great watching everyone play the games and just hanging out. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you next time. $30 from Turbo Dog, donation for naming to Setzer, PJ. $20 from Lisa Rocks. I have nothing cool to say. Gerald Pigman says hi. This goes to Runner's Choice. Seychura donates $5. Whoa, it's my hero, BichPhuongBallz. Don't forget to press A. And then $5 from Squiggles the Duck. Let's get the Garfield eating lasagna stream, boys. 20K, here we come. And then D-Lancer donated $2. $2 to name cells Celis.
About that.
Thank you for all the donations.
We're not going to be getting Celis, so I don't know if he wants to reroute that name to something else. We did do a little bit of tech there. The best way to kill that guy is with Sword Tech 2, which is a counter attack, which means you need to get hit. So we actually increased the battle speed to have that happen faster. And then you're hoping for a black belt, which I got, which is a 7 out of 8 chance to get. But it's worth a heck of a lot of money, and you really, really, really want it. Otherwise, there's a 1 in 8 chance to get the Phoenix down, which is not cool. I mean, in a way, it can make things a little safer, but you really don't want it. And, alright, so we're gonna move, and then we're gonna go back to cutscenes. Here we go. Yep. I would say if there ever was a weakness for this game as a speedrun, it's just how many cutscenes there are in the World of Balance. There's a lot. There's a lot of hitting the A button. Although in some scenarios, like what's going to come up shortly, is if there's text in battle, you can actually just hold the A button and it advances the text, but only in battle. Any text outside of battle, you have to hit the A button for. Yeah. Weirdly enough, Kefka counts as part of your party right now. I don't really know why. That's how it goes. So the battle speed I have it on doesn't affect this battle at all, or the previous one. We will be doing some menuing right after this though, because we're gonna get into a regular old battle in just a second. We're gonna steal some gear from Shadow. He's got some cool stuff that we want. We really want it. Get back to 6. So, definitely want his weapon, but we're gonna steal his body armor for sure. Because if you're familiar with this game, Shadow is kind of a temporary character. So it's not really worthwhile for him to keep his stuff. Oh, I didn't have it. Anyway. Yeah, so we want it for Sabin. It makes him a tad faster and a tad stronger, so why not? We're getting counterattacked by everybody so far. The animations themselves take time, but also deplete your HP, which potentially makes you have to go into the menu and heal, which also takes time. So that was a really unfortunate battle. That's alright though. We'll be okay. Just a minor time loss. And then we have another cutscene with everybody's favorite purple Kool-Aid. Sir Jimmy. Hello, I'm Sir Jimmy Poopins. If you don't know Jimmy Poopins, you should get to know him. He's a world-class commentator. He's pretty much commentated every single game at Californiathon. So, you should get to know him. He's a cool guy. The guys next to me, you've also seen before. They were playing Mega Man games yesterday. It's pretty cool. They know absolutely nothing about this game. They're just here to keep me company.
No, I'm insulted.
That's okay.
I'm hurt, really.
It's also okay. I guess that's not true. They know some things about this game. I'm just monopolizing all the microphone time. I'm a bad person.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, so here, Jimmy's king's dead. We're gonna check the rest of the castle, see what's up. And here we're gonna find out Jimmy's family is also dead.
Wow. Dark.
Yeah. I guess, yeah. Oh well. Alright, pretty soon we are back in action. Jimmy's gonna pseudo join our party. He's gonna actually be AI controlled. While he's AI controlled, he actually has his own black belt equipped, essentially, so he can counterattack. Otherwise, he's completely on his own. You really want him to do regular physicals and not dispatches. Dispatches damage. It's not like the damage is the problem, but it's the fact that dispatch animation takes forever. This is okay, because I have to wait a cycle for the next turn anyway, so it's not like that big of a deal. I'd be sitting around anyway, although it did delay me just a tad. But in the next two fights, it's not going to be cool if he does it. These fights are not random; they're set by the seed. So every time, if I'm on my encounter route, it's always going to be 4 guards, then 3 guards. Holding the A button in a lot of situations also kind of acts as a turbo. So I don't actually input fight that fast. I just gotta hold the button. Alright, so this is definitely the more RNG heavy fight. We're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna wait out Cyan's action and see what happens here. I see. That's terrible. It's not the worst. We could have accomplished the same goal with just a physical attack also. So that's just why it's a little unfortunate. But it's okay. Okay. Then we're going to move on to the next segment. These guys are going to jump in Magitech armor and get Magitech abilities. The way that works is technically Magitech armor is a status effect like poison and whatnot. If you can, I want you to remember that fact because it's going to come up a really long time from now. But these guys being in the armor and having abilities is a status effect, just like anything else, just a positive one, I guess, in a way. You know, like haste or something like that. And that's going to be a feature later as well. In the meantime, I mean, everything they have one-shots everything I'm about to fight, so that's not a problem. Again, you're just hoping for good ATB, maybe getting preemptives, not getting pincered, and the like. Normally, you would just keep everybody on Fire Beam because you don't need to change it, but I like variety. I see. I mean, it's not dangerous. It just in a back attack or a pincer, you start with no ATB, so it just takes forever. I mean, potentially I could have gotten like hit in the back and crit, and someone could be dead. But that's not a big deal. It's just a time thing. And then what you're hoping for from here as well is they're probably going to drop a healing item. And that's great if they do. It's great if they give you a potion. It's even better if they give you 2 potions. It's bad if they give you nothing. And it's mostly bad if they give you a tonic. Tonics are bad.
So how is NBA Jam going anyway?
I hate you. Better than Dream Chorus. It's just really important to me that I take the correct steps, so I lag my steps a little bit to make sure I do that correctly. Alright. So typically what happens here, you get 3 encounters. The first 2 are single ghosts. The last one is 3 ghosts. And you're really hoping for a preemptive on 3 ghosts, because within 1 ghost, typically preemptives are actually slower. But if you ever do get a preemptive, it's usually with a single and not with a triple. But we haven't gotten a single one in the forest yet. Normally you would truck through this segment without ever healing. I might, depending on what happens. Just for safety. We're also going to save before the train because I don't lose any steps doing it. And there's something I have to do in that fight anyway, and we don't want anything to go wrong, so this is unfortunate. This is also a place your step route is huge. The encounters here are either really, really slow or really, really dangerous. And you don't want either of them, so we've really minimized both of those as best as we could. And by we, I mean the people who actually put the work in it. The most dangerous enemy being the bomb. I will be running into 3 of them. They'll be alone though, but I probably will have to heal before I deal with all that, because they can cast Blaze and kill a bunch of characters and potentially party wipe you. You don't want that to happen, so more than likely I'll keep my guys HP high. It's slow, but we want to make sure nothing happens. So this seems nice, but again, 1, monster encounters are super easy to run from already, so it doesn't really save me any time. And in a lot of cases, it's actually slower. I can burn steps here without caring because I need to farm here anyway. The encounter I get right outside is way worse than this, and I got a preemptive anyway. So now you can see, like, that's a really big time saver. This is always going to be 3 ghosts also. We didn't get a preemptive, but yeah. it's ridiculously important that you do this part correctly, or else at best you lose a lot of time, and at worst you die. Time to see some epic moves from Caleb Hart. Is that right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Caleb Hart 4.
Caleb Hart 4. Check him out. Switch twice. First time gives you the cutscene to release the train. Second time lets me move on for whatever reason. And then let's see if we can clip through this ghost, depending on where he is. Might happen. Might happen. Jimmy is also, ironically, one of the slowest characters in the game, too. It's really bad. We didn't get it. And unfortunately, I have to sit and wait it out because I can't afford to take a single misstep at all. Okay. I should heal. I got lucky. I mean, most times you're fine, but you could always get unlucky. We're gonna leave Jimmy to fend for himself. It's fine. One of the things you don't ever want to go out of your way to try to do, but if it just so happens Scion gets owned, it's fine. You actually save time because he usually holds you back because he doesn't run away very fast. Although there's also times like that where he takes off first for some reason. All right, that's our last encounter. Put that on just in case. It saves me from one scenario of not being able to blitz. It's unlikely that I needed it, but you never know. And let's get started. There's a chance the train opens up with Evil Toot, which afflicts a random status effect on every party member. And it can just so happen that it might make it so that I lose control of Sabin and can't do anything. And maybe make him suplex himself if we're really lucky. But okay, he didn't even do it. Boom. You're normally looking to kill that guy under an hour. I doubt that happened because other stuff, but that's typically your goal for this portion of the run. We want to just do some inventory sorting in the midst of battle, and also one cutscene from now where you're free to move around, but you're not free to move on until the game allows you to. At which point in time you can actually go in the menu and the timer's still going and you can finish up. What I want to do is just put all the stuff I want to sell at the top to save me some time. We're not there yet, but Gao will be coming soon-ish, so you just might want to keep your eye on it. But we're not there yet. Could probably squeeze in like a couple donations.
All right, we don't have any new donations, but let's do some quick plugs on what we're doing. This is California-thon 2, benefiting Direct Relief. Direct Relief is a charity that helps people in need because of poverty, disasters, and any sort of medical situation, quickly delivering the essential medical resources. Direct Relief works in over 70 countries around the world and all 50 states. They have a medical license in all 50 states as well. Right now, if you donate $30 or more in a single donation or multiple little ones, you're entered for a chance to win a Nintendo Switch and a copy of Breath of the Wild. We still do have a couple names you can donate towards. Gauss, Setzer, Strago, and Realm. So those are still available to be sniped. And yeah. Twitch is also sponsoring the event, and we are at AOD, which I believe is Anime on Display. So yeah, that's what's going on right now.
And there you have it. All you gotta do is make sure you beat out the timer, because it is going, but it won't pull you out until you get out of the menu. So you just gotta make sure you're fast enough. I was able to do a lot in the battle, so I didn't really have to do much there. Okay, here we're gonna hit the waterfall. This has seen a lot of changes in tech over the last couple years, actually. The first piece of tech is that the boss, Rhizopass, doesn't show up until after a time. So you can kill all the piranhas you want. It's not about how many you kill. It's about how many, or how long you've been in the battle. So that used to be the tech. Then kind of like a variant of Psycho Cyan came out to where you would kill Rhizopass way too fast and he'd freak out. And now we're just going to skip him entirely. So the first thing I really want to try to do here is I got to kill off Cyan or Jimmy. So we're going to do that. We're hoping the piranhas hit him also, but we got one. We didn't get the other. That's probably enough for him to kill himself, so we're going to wait on that. And we're going to revive him. And the killing and reviving is actually going to glitch out his Sword Tech 2 or Retort ability to basically proc from almost anything. It's pretty great. First thing I'm going to do is heal him. This is not the most optimal variant of this strat. We're just going to do it just to make sure everything goes smoothly. And then basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up his counter. I'm going to wait out, draw his attack first. And then I'm going to attempt to suplex the Piranha, which is not possible, but since it's still a physical move that I did, it's going to proc Cyan's Retort and just kill him. And then, because you kind of bug the game out, it doesn't really know what to do, and just ends the fight. You don't have to fight the Rhizopass at all. You lose out on the remedy that it drops, but that's minimal gold. It's not a big deal at all, and it saves a boatload of time. Because before you used to have to wait over a minute to even proc the Rhizopass, and then you had to fight him and set it up and blah blah blah. So this setup is just so much faster. And then we'll need Gao's name.
Alright, Gao's name is going to be capital G-M-I and then capital W-R-M. Gummy worm.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, it's capital G and then M-I and then capital W-R-M.
And
M-I?
Yeah, M-I.
And then what?
W-R-M.
W-R-M?
M. Yep.
Sorry.
Gummy worm?
Got it. I'll take one. Yeah. Heck yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, dude.
Sounds like you're expecting that.
And here we have the Veld. A lot of your step routing, especially the initial step routing, and scene manipulation revolved around this exact area. So the Veld is built to have a bunch of different encounters that fill in after you've gotten that encounter. This is a specific pincer. I didn't get unlucky. This is in the route. But when you don't have those encounters filled in, they get filled in at this point in time by Templar or Soldier, which takes a long time, you can't run from, and they can proc out. So, first and foremost, you really just don't want that encounter in here. From there, you're then looking for the best encounters to either run away from. So we had to run away from 2 Brawlers and a single B-Core, which is super awesome. And then you want nice and safe fights for when you are looking for Gao. So we're going to have 1 Ghost and 1 Bomb. So this Veltz is quite nice. We have 2 chances to get Gao. First thing before you can do that, though, is you have to buy the dried meat. So this is where I'll sell everything I don't need. And that puts the dried meat right at the top. And then we have 2 chances to get Gao, which is a 5 out of 8, which on paper sounds really good. 2 chances for 5 out of 8. Sounds free, but we've seen more than enough occasions where he just doesn't show up, and it's really awful when he doesn't do that. Alright, we got him first try though, so that's awesome. If you don't get him within the first 2 battles, you have to farm him again, so you get off your step route, and of course it takes time to get through those battles, and those battles are not fast either, so it's just, you're basically auto-losing at least a minute just from getting him alone, but then from there you're probably losing more time because of encounters anyway, so it's a bad way to go and it doesn't happen. We do have a long cutscene, but thankfully most of it's in battle, so I can just hit the button. Maybe ask how my friends are doing. How you holding up?
I'm doing great.
Yeah? I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
How about you?
I'm still Jimmy.
He's still Jimmy. You really can't ask for better than that, so that's good. How about yourself?
I'm enjoying this amazing speedrun.
Thank you.
It'll be even
How about
better
you guys
when
on stream? How
ends
are
at
you guys
420,
doing?
but-
How about you guys on stream? How are you guys doing?
I'm sure they're doing great. We're watching Final Fantasy VI. I'm holding the A button. What's not to love?
Wait, isn't this Final Fantasy 3?
I don't know my Roman numerals very well, so maybe.
Mr. Jeff in 3D says he's doing okay. And people are asking for lasagna. I can't confirm or deny that there may be lasagna eaten at this marathon at 20K. No confirmation there, but I'm just putting that idea out there.
20K, huh?
That box is still lying around here somewhere. Dear actual God, please.
Kappa.
We got Kappa. See those Kappas. I just realized we never saw Franker Z either. Oh well.
Sad times.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. Now we're moving on to eventually we're moving on to the Serpent Trench, which is probably one of the biggest pieces of RNG in the entire game. There are 4 forced encounters, none of which are very easy to run away from. They can all pincer you. Well, maybe not literally all of them, but dang near all of them. And man, you really are hoping for preemptives. Like really, really, really hoping for preemptives. If I'm really unlucky, I could also wipe, so that's why we're gonna save it there.
Thumbs over.
Do we have time for a quick donation?
We absolutely have time for donations.
So I'm not sure if this has been read, but temp name 532315 donated $40, saying, "I heard there were no new donations, and I felt that this needed a change. Thank you, temp name. We appreciate it."
It's awesome, thank you. And shout outs to my friends who also donated during. Thank you very much. Always appreciated.
Always, always appreciated.
Alright, here we go. Not quite. So there's 2 points in the trench. You can choose where to go, right or left. We are going to choose right, which will send us through 2 encounters and then through a small cave. And then we're going to go left, which gives me 2 more encounters. If you go right the second time, you go through another cave, which has 0 encounters. But the cave is so long that you actually save time rolling the dice against the encounters. Like, probably the only way those 2 encounters take longer than that cave is if they're both pincers. And I really just hope I didn't jinx myself right there, but we'll find out. Here we go. What do you got for me, game? 4 preemptives. Oh, baby. Boom. Just that easy. Alright, what else you got? Okay. Got 1 more before we hit the cave. What do we got? Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Completely wasted. It's all good, though. What we got? Ah, 2 preemptives is super good. Like, that's...
It's not a pincer.
Yeah. Plus that. Yeah. So this is already an above average trench for sure.
Come on, Jimmy.
Come on, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Not a boy, Jimmy.
Oh my
baby.
god, dude. The God Trench. Unbelievable. See, if I had gotten this trench in my PB, it'd be a minute faster.
420 canceled.
420 potentially canceled. Freaking video game. Okay, so this is what we've been gearing towards the whole time. Getting to Nakia and being able to buy some cool stuff. So the first thing we're gonna do is shop here. I'm gonna buy the old El Magus hat, and then some stuff. 3 echo screens, 3 green cherries, 23 smoke bombs. Call it a day. Let's get on out of here. Those smoke bombs again being the main thing you want from this scenario. And we're out. We're gonna be doing lock scenario next. And it's a very special scenario in this category because you basically do none of it. It's pretty cool. It goes real fast. And I know what you're thinking. There's a lot of cool things in lock scenario, but we're not going to do it. But I did just remember, even though it wasn't brought up at all, that I'm pretty sure I have to do a couple of glitches this run. So we're going to take the time to do that.
I believe you asked for a reminder for a safety save at some point here.
Yeah, please remind
Before the
me
cave.
when I'm in the overworld. Yeah. So that's what we'll do. I'm going to equip him now. And then we're going to stop by this fine gentleman here. Where's that? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Nice. We did it. First try. I hope this is Darkman, because if it's not, I'm really creeped out.
It's actually Shadow.
Oh, I see.
I heard I won the bid war.
You did.
Sweet!
Thank you for the shoulder up. Okay, so what we're gonna do is an NPC clip. I'm gonna enter this place to reset his position, and then I'm gonna enter the menu, leave, and basically clip through him. And then I'm just gonna leave without doing anything else.
Save.
the game.
Thank you. Saving. Okay, we'll save it right there. Whatever. Whatever, man. So the only reason why we want to save in here is there's one particularly brutal encounter that if I get back attacked by them or pincered by them, then I could die. And getting softened up like that certainly does not help. But here you can see the magic of the smoke bomb. It's just as soon as you get your turn, you get to run away, and that's worth every penny. preemptive. Nice. Nice. And then we're going to make a pit stop. If you don't get these chests the first time around, they change. Every time you don't get them, they change. So if I had left that one there and came back later, which I'm not going to do, it would be different. Nice. Also nice. Also nice. Yeah. So we actually picked up an antidote in the returner's hideout for specifically that reason. And I'll just heal just in case. That potion count's not overly great though, I gotta say, but that's alright. So anyway, if you leave that treasure chest, you get a Thunder Rod. And Thunder Rod, well, you'll see. Alright. So as you all know, you're supposed to get a party member in this scenario, and I didn't do it at all, so she is not here. She's still gonna talk to me, but she's not here. And then I'm gonna bust. I'm gonna bust out that Thunder Rod, and we're gonna one-shot Tunnel Armor here. Rods are very much later game items that. Oh, there we go. If you use them as an item, they use a level 2 spell of their kind. They do the maximum damage roll possible based on the user's magic stat, and they ignore some amount of magic defense, so they are quite powerful. And as long as I'm the correct level, then it's gonna one-shot Tunnel Armor every time. Here, we're back at the river. Unfortunately, we can't really manipulate this part, at least in a way that's worthwhile. This encounter is mandatory, so it's gonna happen every time. But there's 2 other encounters I don't have to get, but at this point, we're rolling the dice. And it can make or break a good or bad run at this time. So we skipped 1. And we got the 3rd though, so that's okay. At least we skipped 1. And we're out of here. Leafer? No. Dang. There's a couple of spots, including this one, where I'm hoping I get at least, like, 3 preemptives maybe, or else I'm gonna be out of smoke bombs. And I know what you're asking. Why not just run away? But the problem is Bannon sucks at running, so you really lose a lot of time. People are passing notes around here. It's making me nervous.
It's reminding you of your classroom.
It's reminding me of the classroom, yeah. I am a teacher. This is where I take the note and read it in front of the class, right? So.
Do you like me?
I'll
Check
never
yes or
refrain
no.
from saying anything to your face. Good or bad.
That's true. But yeah, this is by far the worst scenario. Just there's nothing to it. You literally just gotta run through and basically hope you can get a couple preemptives. That's really all it is. I mean, I guess there's one little piece, but that we'll get to in a moment. But other than that, it's really a drag, in my opinion. Except for maybe this part, which since I've done it a million times, it's whatever. But I remember this was absolutely one of the major things that weirded me out the first time I ever watched the speedrun of this game. You're meant to follow the light, or else the light surrounds you, and if you don't tag the gold one, you get into an encounter and you have to start over. And my short-term memory skills are kind of awful, so I always had a hard time as a kid. But what you do is just purposely take the wrong path and just hold the A button, and then you'll tag the gold one automatically, and you just move on. You just hold the button. There's no skill involved at all. That's all the tech to this scenario. Otherwise, you're just running around. I haven't gotten a single preemptive yet.
And if you don't mind, can I plug some of the donation incentives that we still have left?
Go for it.
So, if you want, you can donate and have your name affixed to a character in this game. We still have Setzer, Strago, and Realm left. For Setzer, we have Ralse, R-A-L-S-E, in the lead for $33. Right behind that is PJ at $30. You can snipe that with a donation of $34 and choose any name you'd like. Next up, we have Strago, who just has a $3 name of Voligen. So I think we should donate more to that, even if it is the only name available. But if you want, snipe that name for $4. Name Strago whatever you would like. Last up, we have Realm. PJD Board is in the lead with $36. Poyo and Berserk are tied for second place for $30. So if you like either of those names, $7 more will get you that name, or you can donate more to PJD Board. All right.
Yeah, so as you can see, running, not worth it. But I'm paranoid and I want smoke bomb, so you don't want to do that kind of thing later with more dangerous encounters. So if you're gonna do something silly like that, now is the time. Okay. We got some cutscenes, and then we'll be moving on to the end of the first major segment of the game, referenced as Kefka at Narsh. It's also this game's race category. If you're really good, you can probably beat that in about an hour and 23 minutes. And if you're not so great, probably still an hour and a half. So it's a nice little way to speedrun this game without committing very much time or effort. And here we are. So now we're going to see the aftermath of not getting Celis. This game has a lot of characters, and anytime you get to use those characters, then they get put into kind of like a party member data slot. And in the very beginning, since I had, 11 Moogles or something, all the Moogles take up the party slots. And what happens is there are triggers from which those Moogles, their data gets overwritten by an actual party member. So what happens is I have a Moogle named Kutan, who should get overwritten as soon as I go through lock scenario and name Celis. The act of naming Celis overrides Kutan's data with her own, and then she would join the party. But because I skipped that entirely, no one has overwritten Kutan's data. So anywhere Celis is supposed to appear, Kutan's gonna appear instead. With the name, all caps, will look exactly like Kutan. Here we are. Here she is. And it works exactly the same as when you have the Moogle. So the stats are the same from way back then. You can't mess with any inventory at all. You can't equip anything. No relics, no espers, nothing. So this character is actually awful, like really awful. Yeah, and that's who I have now. But because I don't really need Celis in this route, you're only forced to use her once, and it's okay. Like, you can get by without using her, and that just saves more time than you'd use getting Celis. It's just not worth getting her in this route. Every other route besides the fastest route, or category rather, you're gonna get her. She is so worth it. She's a very powerful character in this game, just not for sketch. And if you're doing the fastest category, which is very glitchy, it's over RTA-wise in an hour. You wouldn't have to worry about it anyway. You don't even get that far in the game.
Hey, Vic, we have time for a donation?
Absolutely.
We have $30 from herself, in all caps, who says, FF6 was my first RPG and still my favorite. Thanks for gaming for a great cause. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
We also have Pogofish, who donated $30 to call Strago mate. So unfortunately, that puts Strago in the lead for the naming bid war, with Strago for mate having $30 and Voligen having $3. I really want to see Voligen as Strago, so let's see if we can get that incentive met, or that bid war beaten.
You're looking sad to like Strago.
You're willing to support it like emotionally, but you won't throw your money at it.
Okay, so what we're going to do is put our 4 highest damage dealers in the party, and then we're going to do something similar to the Moogle battle way back when. And I saved because we do have small chance of dying if my damage rolls are not very good, and then I also from there get unlucky with what Kefka decides to do on turn 3. So we will save it just in case. It's actually been a really long time since I've had a problem, but you never know. We'll do a little bit of menuing too. We're gonna just remove the Atlas Armlet from Edgar and put it on Cyan. Cyan can pump out a little bit more damage with what he's doing with the Atlas Armlet. Here it's not about, it can be about moving past the guys while they're moving, but the safer way is to just find little pockets from which they're just going to walk by you and you don't have to worry about it. There is a method to just walk past these two guards and not have to worry about it, but man, I don't want to do it. It saves 8 seconds and loses 2 minutes, so it's just like, if you can't do it consistently, then there's no point in doing it. So this is another instance of weight tricking. The Aura Bolt's going through, but I've halted Kefka's ATB. So what that should mean is even though Kefka went first, I should get Sabin's turn again before Kefka goes again. And that should allow me to kill him unless I do really bad damage, which is possible. Okay, that's okay. So if he gets his third turn, which he might, and then decides to party-wide Ice 2, I'm dead. I'm just straight dead. The only guy who can survive is Sabin, but he has to be at full health, which he's not. So if it happens, I'm straight dead. But he decided to attack, so I got lucky there, basically. I got unlucky and then lucky. And now he's gone. And that's your kind of first third of the game complete right there. And that's that. Can I ask what the time is? Is it possible to check? I mean, if it's
We just reached 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Thank you. I want to say the fastest time for that segment seen so far is 1:24. And I think it's like a 1:24:50 something with, PV strats, right? And then probably potential for a low 1:24, and then if you're just trying to do this segment only, you'd skip in a bunch of stuff, you could probably get a 1:23. But 1:29 or 1:30 in a marathon is totally fine by me. And then we got a bunch of cutscenes. It's like Cutscene City. Right here. Right now. Yeah. I mean, it's cool. I can say random stuff too. That's fine. It's probably not a good idea.
Vic, what's your opinion on WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game?
Well, I think
So
WWF.
let's make sure we get that question correct, so everyone can hear that. So what was the question again?
What's your opinion, Vic, on WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game?
Opinion on WWF, WrestleMania, the arcade game.
That's correct.
I assume
Ready,
we're
go.
talking about the Super Nintendo version of this game.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So it's a fantastic video game that can be beaten in under 7 minutes by pressing potentially one button. It's pretty great. It's got a long and wide history where there's like 6 runners. One guy had the world record at 6:55, and he was the only guy to even approach sub 7. And he was the master of WrestleMania, and he used the Undertaker. And he's got like this infinite headbutt juggle combo, which is amazing. And everybody thought it was like gospel. It was gospel, including me. And then, on a whim, I decided to use Doink the Clown. And it turns out, Doink the Clown does a lot of damage. And it also turns out, if you do a lot of damage, you actually finish the game faster. So, on a whim, I played Doink the Clown. And then I, of course, obtained speedrunning's greatest achievement, the world's record.
Yes.
2 runs after 2 tries. It's really great. So I think with that long history, that game hopefully will get showcased somewhere sometime.
I believe.
Because a lot of work was put into it. Like a lot. At least like 2.5 minutes. Wait. Oh! Don't do that. Don't let me do that later. Oh man. I'm sorry if that was loud. Okay. Oops. My bad. I had some flashbacks just now of a failed run. Not here, but anyway, it's fine. Yeah. So, My heart rate's jacked up now. For no reason. Okay, we're gonna stop by and pick up some cool stuff. Some of it's useful, and some of it's just good money. So, and some of it's actual money. But we're gonna go ahead and do that. We're again bringing our biggest damage dealers for the most part. Gao could outpace Locke for damage, but Locke is fast, and we're gonna run away really easily with him. So he's better to bring. And then of course the Bros and Cyan do good damage as well. They're going to be our #1 guys for a while. Interesting. Oh wait, that's okay. I want to thank Darkman for posing a great question during dead time. It really helps me out.
Anytime. I will do anything for you, Vic.
Thank you. Okay, so specifically, I mean, you want Edgar in the party because he's really good, but you specifically want him in front because he gets a 50% discount. You'll get the dialogue, and it's so messed up because you get the dialogue that you'll get a discount no matter what if he's in your party, but you don't actually get the discount unless he's in the front, and it doesn't let you know that like at all. So it's actually really screwed up. Okay, so we bought Phoenix Downs. Kind of common sense why. We bought tinctures for the sketch glitch, and we bought revivifies for a grind segment later on, and then we're buying the flash and the drill, the next 2 tools that are really going to up Edgar's damage. Drill for physical, flash for both magic and multi-target damage. That's also not split. So those are very effective items that I want. Sabin, you know what he's all about, and same with Cyan. Cyan, we're gonna use actually the same glitch you saw in the waterfall. And, he was all otherwise kind of crappy, to be honest. Like he just didn't really have a better option than him. But because of glitching him out, he's pretty dang cool. I mean, he was okay, but now he's actually cool. I know why I got that. I was supposed to take 2 extra steps in Terra scenario to not get this, but then I got it because I didn't do that. That's okay. That's actually a really bad encounter to get into, but thankfully I got a preemptive. I'm sure the FF6 community is shaking their head at this very moment, assuming they're watching.
Who wouldn't watch you right now?
People who like sleep, probably. We'll make a pit stop to grab the hero ring. Hero ring's a great item. I guess I haven't really talked about equipment very much either, so... yeah, wow. Not taking those steps really wreaks havoc on your step route. Who knew? What was I gonna say? Yeah, so the hero ring's nice. It,
You just want to take the extra step.
yeah, it's...
You're back on track now.
Thankfully, step route, it matters, but not a lot at this point because of Smoke Bomb. They matter now in the sense that you want to minimize the amount of encounters you get, so I've gotten like 2 extra, so like that in itself is a time loss, but it's not a big deal otherwise from there. But yeah, there's a lot of very useful items in this game. Earrings boost your magic power. Magic power is like stupid powerful in this game. Hero Ring does both the earring and the Atlas Armlet at the same time. So when you have someone like Edgar who both does physical and magic, depending on what he's doing, that's a great item for him. Oh man, I messed up. That's okay. I was supposed to put Locke in the front so you guys could see something, but I didn't do that. But we will ride another Chocobo, so I'll make it up to you then. Because that's what you guys donated for, so I'm really sorry about that. I completely forgot. But we're not out of it yet, so... Wow, there's one more chance to show you the magic of why I stole the merchant's clothing. Yeah, cool. We're getting preemptives now. But I do apologize for that. Completely slipped my mind. When my airship crashes a while from now, that's when I'll get to do it again.
Spoilers.
Sorry. I have to say it out loud so that maybe I'll actually remember.
We have time for quick donation?
Yeah.
All right. Well, first of all, I'm Ghost King taking over for Zorlax. We got a donation, actually a couple of donations from Wormtalon, $5 each donation. First one says, well done on everyone on a successful marathon. 300+% of our initial goal is something to be proud of. Shoutouts to everyone who's worked behind the scenes to keep this marathon going, especially Vuligin, who... Wait, Vuligin didn't do anything this time. Well, he did a run and host, so basically nothing. And then Wormtalon adds a second donation that says, but seriously, everyone behind the scenes has worked really hard. Shoutouts to everyone who volunteered, and special shoutouts to Megotsthis, Zorlax, Mr. Shasta, Mr. Shasta, and Ozzy. I'm pretty sure none of them slept for even this run's estimate this weekend. Both donations go towards naming Strago Vuligin. Thank you, Wormtalon.
We missed a slight amount of tech. Nice. Just clipping through another NPC in the same way we did it before. It'd be nice to just run through them. That would save a lot of time, but because you have to pop into the menu to do the clip, it actually ends up saving like a third of a second or something like that. So it's mostly just to say that you did it. Okay. We are slowly approaching Dataluma, and the strat for him should save you time, but you have to do your menu really well, and then you have to perform the fight perfectly, and then you have to hope you get good, like, well, not good luck, but just not bad luck. Or else it loses you time, so we'll see how it goes. I'm getting beat up. This actually kind of sucks. My potion count's really low. I'm probably gonna have to buy some. Later. It's fine. Oh, I mean, that's long dead. That's still probably one extra encounter now I'll get that I shouldn't have gotten, you know? It's just one of those things. See what happens here. Okay, so let's heal. That's easy too. That was okay. So we're going to try to set up the exact same glitch. And we'll see what happens. So let's fight Cyan. Let's start up his counter. Dataluma should be hitting. Okay, good. Let's kill him off. And then we'll wait trick. We don't want Dataluma taking a turn at all, if we can help it. Okay, we're going to proc a steal. You do a steal, which is going to proc a retort. And then we are going to do physical attacks, which will also do the same thing. Now we're hoping for a counter attack, which we got. So we basically have the perfect fight here. So he's going to retort twice now and kill him. He's dead. That's a perfect fight. So you can see how fast it is. It's just, when it goes wrong, boy, does it go wrong. And we picked up running shoes, which gives haste. Haste is such a great status in this game. And now we're in Cutscene City again. What is my favorite speed game and why is it Where's Waldo? Let me tell you about Where's Waldo. What more could you ask for from a speed run that's 2 minutes long?
Got him going.
So you can get a lot of runs in without like committing like an entire day. We're not talking like 10 hours of Final Fantasy X or something, right? 2 minutes. Anyone can get good, anybody. Not only that, but out of those 2 minutes, you probably are actually playing the game for like 15 seconds.
So that
And
begs
so,
the-
like, really, like, the mental fortitude you need, like, is not very high. I feel like it's like a really good entry-level speedrun. It's just really good.
So that begs the real question. Have you or Farrell, aka Jimmy Poopins, been able to find Waldo before successfully?
Jimmy Poopins has found Waldo successfully, even faster than I have.
PogChamp.
Speaking of PogChamp, I know it's going to be too much work to do, but if Jimmy's live on camera, he should show everybody why his face is actually the PogChamp. Like, the emote is actually based on his face. Maybe you could give everybody a demo right now.
He's just off camera, so he
Yeah,
has to scooch
okay,
in
I
a
guess he
little
got
bit.
lucky.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, everybody. I let you down. Unfortunately, Jimmy can't do it because he's off cam. Just know that he is the PogChamp. Sitting here, live at the Santa Clara Marriott, at Californiathon and Anime on Display, March 18th, 2017.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
all right.
sounds like
19th? Dang. I don't even know what day it is.
It's a marathon, you never know what day it is.
Hey, can you tell us what state we're in?
What state we're in? We're in California. My home state. This is my turf right here. Everybody is here on my permission.
Nick, why do you love Final Fantasy Adventure 2 so much?
Adventure 2.
Or no, wait.
Legend
Legend 2.
Bick, why do you love Final Fantasy Legend 3?
2 or 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, they're short speed runs. They move at blazingly fast speeds. The skill ceiling is, you know, so high because you have to walk. You have to put in the same exact inputs almost every time you get into a battle. You have to get really lucky. And yeah, as it turns out, being really lucky is sometimes hard to do. Although, I don't know, I get really lucky pretty often, so. I'm not taking Kieran. I am not taking Kieran.
You should take Karen.
I am not. No. Goodbye, Kieran.
Forever alone.
You skip Kieran because it doesn't give you anything useful, but most importantly, it keeps you an empty slot at the top right corner of the Esper menu. And the only way to unequip an Esper is to put your icon on an empty slot and then confirm it to take it off. And you can still do that with Kieran there, you just have to scroll down. That takes like a second. I don't want to do that.
But think about the Esper. The Esper is very lonely.
Save the Esper, kill the Espers.
Yeah. That's okay.
It's not in the end, spoiler.
Did you ever think about maybe Kieran's an introvert and maybe just doesn't want to be around people all the time? Did you think about that?
I don't think.
No.
Reminder not to mess up your party selection.
Okay, I'm gonna do this really slowly. Okay, we did it. I definitely just beat out of there not even like a month ago. And then you have to go all the way back to Narsh to get your party back, so I just had to not play after that. Actually, I think I started over, but it was a rough night. I'd never done anything like that before in my life, and then, oh my goodness.
Now you can say you've done it before in your life.
That's not something to be proud of. No, what am I doing, dude? You don't do any of that. Alright. There we go, we did it. Just took a while. So, what sets a lot of categories apart really starts right here with Espers, because Espers not only help you level up your stats differently, although that's not really used in this category, but they teach you different spells. And depending on what category you're in, will determine who needs to learn what and when. So the magic routing for every category, and very most certainly this one, is super specific. Either to actually progress through the game, or to set up the sketch glitch, in this case, both. So what we need, yeah. It looks just like Maria, right? Walking is the hardest part of playing this game. Oh, we need Setzer's name.
Alright, one last check. It looks like Setzer's name is going to be, with $33, Ralse. R-A-L-S-E.
Prowls.
Just barely edging out PJ by $3.
So what we have set up right now is Saban needs to learn Muddle for something way later. And then, unfortunately, the Chocobo glitch doesn't work here, but it does work again where I said it will, so we just gotta remember to do it. And then Locke is learning a bunch of spells like Sleep and Slow to help out with some feature bosses. Okay, I'm gonna save the game and reset here to, that's not for a while. That needs to happen, yeah, not for a while. And what we're gonna do is set it so I should be getting very preferable fights in the next segment where I'll have those. But we're gearing up for the opera here.
Our fair maiden Kutan is going to sing.
Unfortunately, this is the last we'll see of Kutan looking like Kutan. It will still be Kutan data-wise, which means it'll still be an awful character. But, yeah, it's built into the game to remove Cella Sprite, put in Opera Cella Sprite, and then remove Opera Cella Sprite and put in regular Cella Sprite. That's still gonna happen. That programming hasn't changed. It's just still data-wise, it's still Kutan and not Celis. So unfortunately, the Moogle isn't gonna look like a Moogle anymore. But it does make all the facial expressions that much better right now.
Some people are wondering, is Bick gonna sing?
I am not gonna sing. My singing days are long over, and I think that's for the best. Anybody in this room is welcome, I don't care, but I'm not doing it. This is the bathroom break of the run, right here. Because a lot of the opera will proceed without you. You don't have to be here to confirm text or anything. So, here we are. Take a stretch break. Stretch break. Get the blood flowing, you know. We stand up a little bit. Get the crotch view, right? You know.
$1,000.
You didn't even have to donate for that.
But you can if you appreciate it.
Yeah, it's true. You can't, no one's stopping you, yes. How about some more Q&A here?
So, Bick, tell us why Final Fantasy V is your favorite speedrun in the Final Fantasy
V?
series.
That's like not even an ironic question or answer, though. Final Fantasy V actually is a great speedrun, because it's easily the most execution-heavy, RNG nothingness in like any really Final Fantasy speedrun that I know of. So that's actually a really good speedrun that no one will touch because it's way too hard. But man, I love that speedrun.
Are you saying it's more execution heavy than Final Fantasy Mystic Quest?
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to tell me right now?
Yes.
That's weird.
I mean, I know.
Interesting opinion.
I know Mystic Quest is
Interesting
pretty
opinion.
execution heavy, but not. It gets edged out just a little bit.
I
Just a
see.
little bit.
It was pretty heavy on the game and executing.
Since you brought it up, though,
Oh, yeah?
signups have just opened for a Final Fantasy Mystic Quest tournament.
Are you serious?
Oh, I am 100% serious. Everybody is welcome to enjoy that train ride.
What a great tournament.
Agreed.
Agree.
Train wreck.
I really wish I was part of the planning, because what I was thinking for that tournament, and my friend Magus as well, was that you would do a series of 4-way races, and the winner of those 4-way races actually got to leave the tournament so they wouldn't have to play anymore. But I don't think Fiesel's going to do it that way. That's okay, though. The true winner is the one who doesn't have to play. What a great game, though.
It was really good music.
It has really good music, really good animations. Sprites, I guess, is the better term.
Really great birds.
Yeah, they definitely don't kill you like 10 times in a row. Ever. I definitely didn't just have a race the other day where I lost 15 minutes on birds. That didn't happen.
What is your relationship with Full Metal Alchemist?
It's a great anime. I like the anime so much that I put the name on all of my speedruns also.
You prefer the original or the Brotherhood?
I honestly prefer a Brotherhood of FMA. Shoutouts to my friend Countdown 42 for yelling at me during the opera because he thought you had to press the A button here, but you don't. I love you, buddy. It's magical because he thought it, and it's magical because it actually freaked me out. I thought I had actually messed up. And I didn't want to be the guy at SGDQ to mess up the opera. Like, I don't want to make history like that. Alright, we did it.
Please clap.
Top tier menuing.
While we're in good territory here, why do you love Final Fantasy IV so much?
Why do I love Final Fantasy IV so much?
It's the best community on Twitch, right? I hear.
Well, it was my first serious speed game. I played that game 5 days a week. I played the any percent route at the time, which had like a minimal chance of finishing. So I was on PB pace about 55 times and then lost it. So that's really good. That doesn't really exist anymore though, thankfully, for the most part. What else? It's a great speedrun because it actually is pretty execution heavy, but man, there's some silliness in that game. And maybe, just maybe, that silliness drove me nuts and I never want to play it again. Not sure. But talk about a thriving community though, it's that game. That game is still being researched, optimized, tons of new runners all the time, so
Brand new tech discovered recently.
yeah. As we find out more and more about the game and how little sense it actually makes, it's pretty great. Yeah.
Shout out to Tennessee.
Shout out to Tennessee. I know I've come out of retirement in my life speedrunning like 6 times, but I'm never playing that game ever again. Ever. It's not happening.
It's like, he was
I guess we could take this time to talk about the community also. Lots of cool people playing this game. It's FF6 is honestly kind of sad. It's really never seen that much action in terms of just sheer number of runners. Maybe the overall list is decently long, but the amount of people who run at the same time is rarely above like 3. So it's really unfortunate, but there are some cool people. You got, you know, your old boys and girls back in the day, right? So Sencha, Mr. Envy, Coexel still runs it from time to time. You have LCC, who is the brains behind many of the strats for basically all the categories, except for maybe Glitchless, but he'll probably tackle that pretty soon too. And holds the best times in No Sketch. So those are big time people. None of them really run anymore, except Coexel here and there, and LCC is back on it. You got good players who have had their time with the game, so like Fathlo23, Lin1. And then you have people who've just kind of messed with it. Didn't necessarily run it for long, but you know, had their time, like the Sabin, Countdown, Clear Tonic. And then there's also a handful of newer people I just don't know very well, so I don't know the names, but I know there's a handful of new folk out there. It is also one of few RPGs that have a comprehensive set of notes electronically that are easily shareable. They're not 100% up to date, but they're dang close, and you can get some solid times with them and then just improve from there. So it's actually a really easy game to try to get into. I know it can be daunting for some people, and everybody's going to tell you to study video, which you should do anyway, but it's also nice to have a set of notes there too. And they are there. All compiled now on one website, actually, by the Sabin. It might actually be at thesabin.com. Let me think. Checkers actually ran this game at one point. I think he did like 3 runs and then quit because he actually finished the run, which is not something that happens very often when you do No Sketch. Yeah, I don't know, it's cool. Cool people. You'll see it again soon, because there is a FF Series Relay coming in a couple of weeks as well, where many of the games will be played back to back to back to back to back by 3 different teams. So that'll be cool as well. And here we go. We made it to gameplay. So to get to Ultros, before you can throw the weight on Kutan, we gotta get through the rafters, and there are rats there. And the rats are okay. We do want to fight them because they give us AP, which will let us learn spells. If you, in a way, you'd want 4 just to get to knowingly get the spell that you need. But obviously it's slower because it's more battles. You can get away with less, you just have to make them up later. I'm gonna just go for 4, just to not really mess around with it. Pretty simplistic setup. So you will melee the golden one, and then flash everybody from there. Wow, that's really low. I put the earrings on him too, I'll double check. That might have just been really unlucky, but he should... That rarely happens, though. I'm just going to double check and make sure I did it, yeah. So I guess I just got, like, ultra damage troll, which is fine. The reason why you wanted to level up Edgar in the past, in the river, is specifically for here as well. Because he should be able to one-shot the Grey Rats without any help. So that's more like it. And the reason why I reset it earlier is for this very reason, where I'm getting only three packs. Which is not only safer, but faster as well. These guys can also pincer you, and a 5-rat pack in a pincer is pretty brutal. There's a safety-ish thing for it, but it's still pretty bad. I might lose time later because of this, but I'd rather this than what the alternative is, which is 3 to 4 5 packs in a row. It's just not. That's not cool. So FMA learns sleep. That's exactly what we want. We put Ramu on, and then you can fight him. You can skip that menu if you like. It does require some good play. Otherwise, Ultros gets his turn. And if he gets his turn, that can be pretty bad. It's not hard, but again, I'd rather just have the consistency. It's not losing me that much time. You know, a handful of seconds, no big deal. And then this is the easiest fight ever. It starts as a side attack. Sabin's in the position to start behind Ultros to do extra damage. So you just kick his butt before he even does anything, which is good because I am under-leveled. And when he moves around, I believe the theory is every time he moves, it's actually a different Ultros. So the damage I did to him when he's, you know, over here doesn't matter. When he moves over here, he'll be at like full health again, and then he'll beat you up. So you don't want any of that to happen. You just want to kill him immediately. You get to go really fast if Sabin crits him, which it's pretty rare. I see. He might have to hit the fire also and a crit, not sure. But this might kill him. We'll find out. Yeah, we needed the fire, I guess. That's okay. There, he's done. You get your 2 gold there. Alright. Now we're in Cutscene City again. So if you got some stuff to do, Mr. Host, let's do it.
Well, all right. Well, we did get a donation here. Players A plus B, play A and B, donated $100, saying, "Sorry, Voligen, we missed both your runs, but here's some cash to name Strabo." I assume that's a typo for Strago. After you. Enjoy.
Thank you. How am I mashing right now? There's nothing going on. I'm just rooting my controller. What's wrong over there? You're distracting me from my cutscene.
I'm sorry, Vic. Were you planning to read the words out loud for us?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
would you like to resume that then?
No, it's okay. I'm here for you.
I appreciate it.
Would like to remind everyone, as we are winding down a bit here to the final couple hours of our last run of Final Fantasy VI, we are still taking donations, and those go directly to Direct Relief, which is a charity that lends medical assistance to people in poverty, people who are dealing with disasters, and quickly respond by dealing essential medical resources. And they operate in 70 countries and all 50 states of the United States. So, although we are near the end, we're still taking those donations. We still have a few more names left in Final Fantasy VI here. The names for Strago and Realm are still up for grabs. So if you'd like to donate towards those, go ahead.
Practice. It's been a whole week since I played this game. My arm's already tired.
I have a new question, if that's alright to ask.
sure.
Isn't Final Fantasy 6 the same as Final Fantasy 3 in Japanese? And so how come you don't run 3 if the text goes faster? Is it the same game?
It's the other way around.
It's the other way around?
Yeah.
Yeah. 6 in Japan is 3 in the US.
Oh, it's a...
Yes, that's
So how
correct.
come you don't run the Japanese version?
So the Japanese version is very different. Glitches work differently. The route's super different because the Japanese version has a very huge glitch called the Equip Anything glitch, which lets you equip things that you shouldn't ever equip, like shurikens in your armor and stuff like that. So your routing is super different. I would say, though, the main reason I don't run J is I don't know the language at all, and I'm very lazy, so I don't want to do that. It's a great run, actually, though. You wouldn't think it that different, but it actually is very different from the American version, so it is a really cool run. Actually, let's buy more. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. That's really bad.
Also, as a reminder, if you donate $30, which you can still offer $30, we still have a little bit more left to go Final Fantasy VI, and by a little bit more, I mean a couple hours. Those $30 will enter you into a chance to winning a Nintendo Switch with a copy of Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. So get your donations in. Any amount helps.
Okay, so what I didn't do was buy earrings. That's actually a pretty big deal, so we're just gonna have to see how it goes. It will definitely slow me down, but won't make the run like unfinishable or anything like that. I've been through this situation once before. It's crappy, but we'll make it happen. It's very, you can still very much do it. It's not a big deal. It's just slower. But we'll definitely make my safety saves that much more important. And then I gotta think about where I can actually buy it. Or I guess more accurately, by the time I can buy it, will it even matter? It very much matters here. So you can't fly the airship here. Potentially a possibility, maybe Albrook had them. Could have walked over to get them, but we'll make it happen.
I believe.
I also believe. Fan favorite track right here, I think. It's a good one. So we have the Ifrit and Shiva fight coming up. There's a little trick you can do to bypass it in a way, which we're going to try to do because it's a little finicky. And if you're really unlucky, it can be quite dangerous, so we will definitely take the time to save here. The earrings aren't going to matter for this fight, but it will matter for the next two. The first of which should be definitely fine, the second of which could be a little brutal, but should also be fine. So let's go ahead and save here. So we're gonna try to trick the game here. Oh, okay, yeah, that's okay. Okay. So we're gonna wait here a while because he took his turn and I have to wait for him to get his turn back. It doesn't necessarily mean I won't get out of here, but it will take a while. And I do mean a while. What we're trying to do here is hit him 5 times, which we did. 5 times will make him... Okay, yeah, so that's totally fine. We'll make him switch to Shiva, and in the transition, the boss flag disappears. That would normally not let me run, and I can just run away. So the outcome was actually really good. I got out, and Kutan died, so that's all perfect. It just, because I missed his turn, it just took a little longer than it should have to get there, but it's okay. That is not an issue in the least.
There's some bad news.
Bad news.
I have to leave.
Dark Man has to leave. You're breaking my heart.
I'm sorry, man.
Crying inside now.
I'm gonna give you a hug.
It's good to see you, buddy.
You too.
I'm glad you came out.
I'm glad I was here. Enjoy the rest of this run. I enjoyed my time here. I'm glad Shadows named me.
I guess you're gonna be here with me.
There we go.
In a way.
I never leave.
Even though he'll never rejoin my party. I guess he's still here in the video game.
Yeah, in spirit.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you, dude.
Good seeing you again.
Come on, Fel, come right here. Bye, California Dawn.
Bye, Dark Man. Alright. So, got an unfortunate hit. Alright, here we got number 24. 24? Yeah. Who, for some reason, is not immune to sleep. So, we're gonna take advantage of that. And put him to sleep. And physical attacks will wake him up, yes. But magic attacks, which Overbolt and Flash are, will not. So he will wake up before I kill him. Even if I had the extra earrings I was supposed to get, he'd still wake up. But it won't matter. Maybe he'll get a turn off, maybe. Otherwise, he's just gonna die. And then what I'm trying to do here is steal from him. There's a 7 out of 8 chance if I do get a steal to get the Rune Edge, which is good money. And there's a 1 out of 8 chance to get the Drainer, which, like any unique item, sells for 1, which is useless to me. So if we get the steal, we definitely want the Rune Edge. Now, I did pick up the Break Blade, which you wouldn't normally do, just in case. So if I don't get it, it doesn't matter, but it's still nice. So this is him waking up, and there's his turn. And now he's dead. So easy peasy. In other routes, when you do have Celis, much faster because she can pump out damage as well. But that's the only real place she's gonna save a bunch of time, so again, not worth getting her, taking the time to get her. Now we're in Cutscene City again.
All right. Well, good timing because we got another donation from XXX Swaggy Yolo 4269 Master XXX for $20. It says Pollo Pharrell.
Okay. Thank you.
Pollo.
I couldn't catch that whole name. There was a lot of meme in there, but thank you very much. We got our man Sid, his banana suit, chilling. Get a bunch of espers, so now our array of magic learning is busted wide open. We will definitely make good use of that once we gain control, which is not for a couple minutes here. Excuse me. I'm still trying to strategize in my head. I know now exactly where I can buy them, so I'll get controlled airship soon, but it's more about do I need them? And the answer is yes, I do. So we'll make an extra stop to grab them. All we gotta do is get through number 128, who's the next boss. We're in the clear. My mistake, will have meant next to nothing, except for like 30 seconds lost, or like a minute lost.
And I respect you a little bit.
And the little respect I once had, yeah, that's true. It's gone now. I'm just waiting for the note that like I'm getting replaced by someone else for the run right now. Like Farrell's gonna take over. He's done this run. He knows what to do. Chelney's also speedrun a Final Fantasy game. I'm sure the transference is pretty good.
So who's Chelney?
I'm sorry, Jimmy. My bad.
So when do you start drawing magic?
When do I start drawing the magic? I don't know, like an hour and a half.
When do you start aligning your materia?
I don't think I can afford materia right now. We're gonna have to go without it. Materialist percent. Alright, Shadowing. Oops, unicorn. Shoot. Sneak ring. Running shoes. Switch people. Save it. I'm also now realizing my number 128 strategy doesn't change at all because I wouldn't have those earrings on anyway. So really,
I was just gonna ask you about
two things. I don't know anything about this game, and then nothing I've done even matters. Like this is a full-on normal speedrun, dude, in every way possible. Ooh, rarely seen preemptive in the minecart. Possibly sub 2 pace now. There's no way Lack Attack's awake to watch this, but this minecart's dedicated to him.
Sub 2 or reset?
Sub 2, right here. I can't honk though.
Who's willing to put it all on the line?
Who is willing to put it all on the line?
Check out these graphics, dude. They're so good. Yeah. I still need to buy them though. That needs to happen still.
When are you gonna do that?
I'm gonna do it right after this sequence is over, after Cranes. I'm just gonna fly back to Jador and buy them, and then go back to Narsh and continue the game. As long as I remember to do it.
You said it out loud, so I'm sure you will.
This portion is manipulated as well. The type of enemies you get in the minecart is determined by who's your party leader entering the factory, who's your party leader entering the minecart. That's why I switched. It was Edgar, then Sabin, and then I think certain status effects matter too. That might have been worked out to not be the case. I don't quite remember, but that's why we really want a lot of these 4-packs. Easy to kill, lots of AP, and so this is absolutely the optimal set of fights you want. Okay, we got 128. He can be a little volatile depending on how many turns he gets and how many counters he does as well. ATB is looking good though. So what we're gonna do is do a bunch of AoE with Flash and a Summon. We want to get rid of those arms as fast as we can while still doing damage to the body, so we can make progress on the boss. So that's why we're going to alternate Flash, Summon, Flash. So that's unfortunate, but that's also unfortunate. But it's okay. We'll probably make it. And here we go. try to do as much weight tricking as possible to keep him from taking any turns while we just keep drilling him and aura bolting him. He's getting his haste off here, so I will have a slow prepared to counter that. If he gets his next turn and still doesn't have any arms, he'll Atomic Ray, and Atomic Ray is bad. Will probably kill me. That should not happen. There we go. Totally good fight. Okay, I'm gonna have to safety save here too. We are gonna see our first set of slots, and it's not hard. Runners typically don't mess it up, but you just never know. And I'm unlikely to survive if I do mess it up. So we'll go ahead and take the steps to save. Not like I'm on step route or anything anyway, so we'll go ahead and do it. You know, I'm sure by the time I'm finished, it'll be roughly around 2.5 hours, and this is where the game unfortunately slows down to be a little less gameplay, a little bit more cutscene heavy, but a lot more setup for the sketch glitch that we can talk about in certain places, so that's okay. But we do have the crane fight coming up, and I do need to concentrate on that. What I'm aiming to do with Setzer, who's going to be joining my party for the first time, is get a 777 on his slots, which will auto-kill the bosses. We have to manipulate that also. They're not meant to just get it willy-nilly, so I'm going to set the RNG value to a value that allows 777 by using an echo screen, and then I'm going to try to hit the 7s, which I'll do by pause buffering and then a little bit of timing. So I need to get no one dying, basically, and then I just need to not mess up, so I'll just have to shut up for a little bit. Alright, got it. It's easier than it looks. Even getting a blind 7 on the first reel, you'd have to practice it, but it's not like impossible or anything. But obviously you can just pause the game and see what's coming up. And when you know the reels, then you know what's coming up. I typically stop it at the second chocobo, then the third chocobo, which is, and the 7's right after, and so I know to hit the A button. And then from there, as long as you're within 4 reels of the 7, the game just gives it to you for free. So there's a little bit of time. You can't just mash through, but after that, it's free. It's the free one of the 2 slots tricks you can do in this game. So it's all good. We're gonna be in cutscenes for a while. We do get the Insta Baby, but that's about it. So I don't know if there's anything you need to go over, but now is a good time.
So, Bick, I thought slots were banned.
They're not, man. Glitches are allowed in this game, so it's okay.
That would be 7.
Yeah. There's another trick with the 2, the reverse Joker Doom. Some bosses, even if you set up the RNG correctly, will not take a Joker Doom. So you have to mess with the game and confuse yourself and then cast it on yourself and then take it out of the confuse so that you reverse the Joker Doom from yourself onto the boss. But you don't have to do that in this route at all. So that's cool. It's not hard either, but it definitely takes more work. Otherwise, we're gonna learn about Terra's parents here. I'm playing her dad. His name's Madeline. I also used him in the boss fight. He meets a nice human girl. Her name is Girl.
Just as one recap for what we're doing out here. So we are Californiathon, centered currently in beautiful Santa Clara, California. We are in support of Direct Relief, which is a charity that helps people who need help because of poverty, disasters, or any other sort of emergency situation by quickly delivering essential medical resources. Direct Relief actually has a Perfect 100 on Charity Navigator, which is a organization that evaluates charitable organizations, and we're actually ranked the #1 charity in 2016. So a very reputable cause, as well as a cause that helps a lot of people in need.
I don't know if this is legal for Twitch, but we're gonna see it anyway.
Uh-oh.
Cover your eyes. I know I don't look it, but I'm over 18, so it's okay.
So, Mr. Bick, will I be getting extra credit for staying up for this run?
No, Ghost King. I don't do extra credit. You gotta do the work. Which I guess you're doing right now, so good job. There's gonna be a lot of cutscenes, man. I'm sorry. This is the world we live in.
What is your favorite cutscene in this video game?
What is my favorite cutscene? Oh man, I've never been asked that question before. There's so many good ones. I like the purple Kool-Aid one.
That's so rude.
Let me think. I like the baby making one. We just saw it.
You told me not to look. I wasn't looking.
Oh, that's good. What else? Let me think here. That's probably about it. I mean, I haven't seen the cutscenes in the World of Ruin really for so long. I don't even know. It's not a cutscene, but I really like the fishing.
Oh yeah,
Pro bass fishing. That is actually the hardest tech in this game, is the fishing. They're laughing, but it's true.
You gotta get out like your Dreamcast fishing reel controller. That'll make it easier.
Probably, actually. You're right. Let's get a port of this on Dreamcast, so I can do that. Donation incentive for fishing rod controller for the whole game. I can see the dollar signs already.
Maybe remember to get Karen
No.
there,
No.
Is this the part you wanted to show us?
Not quite, no. I'm gonna have a Lock Terra duo party only, and they're gonna go somewhere, and once that somewhere is done, that's when I'll get to do it again. We're close, though. We're getting there. We're going to that segment. It's just after that segment. Okay, I do have to buy the earrings, though. First, we have to be taught how to ride the airship. Which is fine, because you actually hadn't ridden it before yet, so this makes sense. That's funny. That's it. Alright, so let's go to Jador. Sorry everybody, I have to waste a step. No. No. I was supposed to do that a long time ago, before the opera, but I forgot. Alright. I have some good news, everybody. It's that we're in another cutscene.
So, Bick, tell us why you love Final Fantasy for the Nintendo Entertainment System.
That's a great speedrun. It's really great when your cartridge doesn't die on you. Twice, yeah. But third time seems to be the charm. Shoutouts to Opus for giving me his cart. I hope everybody watched it at AGDQ. Somehow, Jair and Fiesel talked for 4 hours straight. It was crazy. In a good way, that's not a knock. I enjoyed it thoroughly. But you reset that game a lot, you turn it off and on a lot. You get back attacked a lot. Like, it's cool. It's fun. When you kill someone and then attack them again, nothing happens. Like, it's cool. That's a comfy speedrun, man. That was finally the solution, though. I think we all missed Fiesel not playing it anymore, and the solution was for me to start playing it. It's like, yeah, cool.
Way to be proactive.
I know. It's like one of the smartest things I've ever done. Oh, dude, it's Darkman.
Hey!
Bye again, Darkman.
Just like a shadow, gone again.
This is truly.
So you do have to do that trigger. If you come here without doing it, there will be guards here, and they kick your butt, and you get basically removed from the zone, making it very clear to you you shouldn't be here, but now they're gone. So we can move on. And here's where the closest thing to grinding is going to happen. We need a lot of AP to learn some cool stuff, and we also need levels for Taro. She needs to get to level 16. So everybody in this place is undead, which makes him really easy to kill with items. And you can kill them with Phoenix Downs, you can kill them with Revivifies. Revivifies are a lot cheaper than Phoenix Downs. And so that's what you do. And I'm not getting anything I can actually fight yet. That's fine. Where, apparently oh, I know what they are. And I don't know what kind of encounters I'm gonna get. There's 3 packs I can get. I can get 3 Ings, they're okay. I can get 2 Zombones, which is not okay. And I can get 2 Ings and 1 Zombone.
So I didn't actually know when I first played this that you could actually, I guess, buffer the.
Yeah.
When you see the bridge appear and disappear, that you could actually cross the step as the one you're on disappears and the one you are going onto is appearing.
And yeah, you can get 2 Ings and 1 Zombone, which is the best. The 1 Zombone is also okay. These guys are cool for experience and money, but I'm not really looking for that. I'm looking mostly for AP, so I really want 2 Ings, 1 Zombone, or 3 Ings. These guys only give you 1, so it's kind of crappy. And it just means I have to make them up somewhere else, which will need time. But if I recall correctly, the last time I reset for the opera, I got a ton of double Zombones. Like 5 in a row. So that's probably how that's going down. No. We definitely don't need that. Because at the end of the day, your greatest weapons, at least speedrun-wise, there's anything magic-related or cheating. So...
Bye again.
Bye, Darkman.
Bye.
Bye.
They always come back. But it's just one of those things. So that's 3 in a row. That's 3 AP I don't have that I ought to have, you know? So it's one of those things. There we go. We got something different. These guys will give me 2. And you'll just see that I'll wait trick to try to make sure I don't get hit, or if I do, that it's just by 1. They do a lot of damage. I am underleveled and undergeared still. And I do have to watch out for pincers. That can happen.
Just want to go ahead and give everyone a quick reminder. So we still have 2 more naming incentives left for this run. It'll be coming up in about how long?
For the names?
Yes, for Strago and Realm.
Nice. Not for a good while. I'll have to think about that.
Okay. Well, the current names we have for Strago, in first place is Vuligin at $113. And at second place we have Mate at $30. For Realm, we have in first place Poyo is winning winning at $50. PJD Board is in second at $36, and Berserk in all caps is in $30. So if you want to go ahead and snipe either of those donations, maybe you want to put one of these other names ahead, or push your favorite a little further, or even donate for something new. Go ahead and donate.
It's probably coming up in roughly 20 minutes or so. It should be somewhere in like the 250s, those names, if I am thinking correctly.
We are currently at about 240.
On the correct level? I'm not. So we'll farm. Alright, we got a string of Zombones, but then we got a string of really good encounters. So hopefully that evened out nicely. I'm not going to check, so... As long as I see that they gain a level after this fight, we are good to go. Here we go. We're out of here. Now we're in a cutscene. There is a fight coming up. You're supposed to hold Kefka at bay. And you're not supposed to be able to leave. The game actually locks the L and R buttons, so you can't actually try to run away. So you're supposed to fight it out and see a bunch of dialogue. That's what you're supposed to do. But I'm not about that life, so we're gonna do something else instead. Here we go. Here's our battle. FMA versus Kefka. It's inescapable. It's unavoidable. But what you can do is use a smoke bomb. They didn't think about that one, so you're out. It's not like a ton faster, but like you skip dialogue, so it's probably still a handful of seconds faster. And we're back. The good news is, since this part's in battle, I can just hold the A button, give my thumb a rest. I don't have like cyborg hands like my Mega Man friends, so my hand gets tired.
We have a new donation coming in from Squiggles the Duck, who says, "Put this towards naming Realm Lasagna."
Can I be educated about this lasagna?
No.
Okay.
It's a meme in the chat.
Well.
We have the time.
They're saying if they get to 20,000.
Okay, that's fine too. I'll use my imagination.
You would like an education,
There's
correct?
lasagna.
Oh, it's actually right here.
You see.
And if they get to 20,000, the entire staff has to split it.
No. God help them all. I'm fearing for my health.
I fear for your health too.
Well, what do you even call them? You might once have been.
Oh god.
Okay. After this series of cutscenes, look, we need to make Locke happen. He's already in the front, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go through the cutscene twice in a vague effort to try to make up for my mistake. And I hope that pleases the fans enough. I'm very sorry. I let you down.
Sorry, I don't know if I remember to read the donation name.
I'll
The
make it
donation
up
was
though
from
by making this run go 15 minutes over estimate. Don't worry about it.
This donation came from Squiggles the Duck.
Thanks, Dick. He gave me exactly what I wanted to hear.
It's also totally what I want, right? And what my friends want and what everybody wants. Yeah. To stay here longer.
Stay here all night.
Exactly.
I want to be in bed. I'm just throwing that out
All right. It's time for gameplay. Sane. First, we buy 11 smoke bombs. Then, Locke's already in front. Then, enter Chocobo Forest.
That doesn't sound like it was part of the plan.
And then, enter the Chocobo Forest. Buy the Chocobo. Enjoy the show. Then, enjoy this show. There's no Sprite available for Merchant Locke, so only certain body parts of him are there. It's pretty great. Okay. That was the one I owed you. Let's continue. Bye, Chocobo. Watch the cutscene. Alright, let's go. I can get that off my conscience now. Here we go. Full Chocobo view right here. A little bit of the torso, a little bit of arm, maybe elbow, some leg there. We're looking good. Alright. Some good news in a moment. You can go right or left, that's not the news, but I go right. It's the same amount of steps. Doesn't matter. Ooh, I didn't get blocked. Nice. Alright, you're gonna see some hot tech here too. We're gonna enter. We're gonna leave. We're gonna enter again. Now he's gone, and I just saved a third of a second. It's godlike. Alright, here's the good news. It's a cutscene now.
Woo!
Got my boy Sid. Still repping the fashion. Got Emperor Gastal, who I always thought looked like a dog. It took me 25 years to realize he's just an old man. We made it. We made it. Okay, this is the banquet. So in many other categories, you gotta bust your butt. You gotta do some quick menuing. You gotta talk to 23 soldiers. You gotta do all the battles. You gotta answer all these questions very specifically because you want a really, really good item called a charm bangle. Thankfully, in this route, you don't need that at all. So I don't have to do anything. I'm gonna fight this guy because he's the only fight for whatever reason that gives AP. And I do want that. But outside of that, We're not doing anything. A little bit of menuing. But I'll have like 3 minutes to do it, so. If I can't do it in 3 minutes, I shouldn't be here. Okay. Alright. We did it. Cool. So what I will still do is grab the items. Those are good items. We want the back guard. You can't get back attacks with it. We want the X potion. That's pretty glitchy. And we want the Gale hairpin, which increases your chance for preemptive. I think from like 12.5 to 25, if I recall correctly. And then we're gonna do a bunch of menuing here. Change my magic order. Change my equipment. Put the El Magus hat on. Change our relics. Arrange our items. What I'm trying to do here is put goggles in the slot 184. That's part of the glitch setup. This is the run with the sketch glitch after all. And then I am going to move some inventory around to put stuff I'm going to sell next to each other. Yeah, that's fine. Let's move you guys. Let's move you guys. Item-wise, I'm actually not great, so I probably would have been okay, but Breakblade was not a bad maneuver. Let's double check my work. Alright, we're good. 18 time tabs down, 4 slots down. Alright. Lever items on Warpstone. Let's check our magic. I'm really wanting to learn Remedy. I'm at 99%, and I will fight a boss that gives me 4 AP, so he's good to go. Let's check out her. She needs 1 more, so I will have to fight 1 battle to get there. But otherwise, that's pretty good. We did it. Minute 5 to spare. Let's double check our work again. Alright, we're good. Yeah, we're alright.
I see the teacher in you is coming out right here.
Teach you. Yeah, man. I am a teacher. Can you believe it? BichPhuongBallz. In charge of today's youth.
God help us. I kid. We love you, Vic.
Let that one marinate for a while.
Just a quick reminder while we're waiting for this to count down. We are Californiathon, raising money for direct relief. And any donation you give to direct relief goes a long way. They're able to leverage it up to $47 of medical equipment. So no donation is too small, and we still have a little bit over an hour left to go, approximately, here in this Final Fantasy VI run. So we are still taking your donations. Get those in, especially if you want to drop down $30, maybe enter yourself into a chance to win a Nintendo Switch with a copy of Breath of the Wild.
So once again, it doesn't matter what I answer. So the right move is to just spam. If you want, though, you can take a little bit extra time to give the answers you want to give, because it just doesn't matter. Like execute Kefka. Probably my favorite one coming up is this one, where you ask us all to apologize again. 2 exclamation marks, pretty serious. But otherwise, yeah, you just gotta get through it. Normally here you'd have to ask the correct questions, you'd have to ask multiple questions. You even have to take the break to fight the guy in the top right. We don't need to do any of that, though. We just got a match. Nope, no breaks. It's a speed run.
So Vic, tell us about how much you love Final Fantasy Adventure for the Game Boy.
Final Fantasy Adventure. What a speedrun that is. You spend 25 minutes walking or killing the same enemy over and over again. And then you spend the next X amount of time getting killed by the same enemy over and over again. I didn't last long on that one. That's a good game though. I like that game. But that speedrun is all about being at like the most minimal of levels possible and just not getting hit and then winning the game. It's pretty cool, it's rough. It does have like this frame trick. It's not frame perfect, but it's single digit frames. That's like totally free. And it makes me feel good when I get it, because I get it all the time. It's free. I guess that's what the definition of free is. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Did you know that every Final Fantasy Game Boy game is a great speedrun? Every single one of them. All of them.
Does this include the ports of 5 and 6?
Definitely.
I noticed some hesitation there.
You can warp stone from this cafe, I don't know why. I'm not saying that to dodge the question at all. But you can warp out of there just from there for some reason. Weed feeder. Alright, so now we have the beginning of the lengthy Themasis sequence, which is a great one. But before we do that, let's do some shopping. First, let's sell everything. You can buy tents, revivifies, weapons. They're all going bye-bye. Who needs weapons?
We got another $2 donation from Squiggles the Duck, who says, I found out that we can only have 6 characters for the name, so I'd like to change the name to Lazaga.
Lazaga.
I'm half inclined to pronounce this as La Saga, as we know you also run Saga.
A saga. It's like the third level spell.
Oh.
So put the money towards that.
It's awful. I hope no one's actually getting turned away from any of the games they're asking me about. They're all... Speedruns are cool, man. They are. If you want to learn any of those games, people can help you.
Can confirm speedrunning RPGs is pretty cool.
That person might be me, depending on the game. Just depends.
How about Final Fantasy
Only God can help you with that game.
Vic on Final Fantasy IX, everyone.
I believe Mr. Zwanzig has like really noob-friendly notes. It's not going to be the fastest route unless he's changed it, but he has notes. You could play the game and get like 10 hours or something with his notes, maybe 11 hours. It's pretty cool.
Serious question, Vic. What's been one of your favorite speedruns that you've done?
Favorite speedruns? Final Fantasy V has been up there. Even though I'm not great at it, that game is very execution heavy, and I went from like 430 to 358 training for Limit Break in last year, so that was very gratifying. What else? Where's Waldo?
The best Final Fantasy.
Definitely a great Final Fantasy game.
No, you clearly haven't played Where's Waldo.
If I'm just into Final Fantasies and what I've run, that's probably my favorite one. But otherwise,
You did bring it,
what?
right?
Oh yeah.
Do you run my version or the original Japanese version?
Of Waldo?
I believe. Yes. Final Fantasy V was
I play your version.
Yay!
Like I said, I'm way too lazy to learn J. I know you're not really learning it in a lot of cases. You certainly don't have to memorizing characters and stuff. I don't want to. That's for better people than me.
So just wanted to remind everyone. So as we've mentioned countless times throughout this marathon, we are in support of Direct Relief. So I wanted to encourage everyone, if you're interested in Direct Relief, what they do, maybe even getting involved with fundraising, go ahead and follow them on Twitter at Direct Relief, DIRECTRELIEF_G, if you want to get involved. It's a wonderful cause, helps a lot of people.
It's Dark Man. He's back.
It is Dark Man.
Only for a limited time, though.
He's gonna leave me again. It's okay.
He got his hotel key.
Is that what happened? Nice, dude.
But at least first, Dark Man will tell you what love is. It's the most important thing.
Agreed.
So I noticed that he's playing on an ASCII pad. May I ask why you're cheating at this video game?
Hello? I'm still mashing the button. Turbo has never once been activated, so I don't know what you're talking about. I really wish I was using it right now. My thumb hurts, but I like the feel of the controller a lot. And it's also like the only controller I have now where the D-pad isn't just like terrible. So that's why it's here. But there's been no turbo. I'm still obliging by the rules of the West.
I believe this is our Franker Z of this game.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, we did not see him in battle. And most likely won't, but it's okay. Alright, there are no encounter tiles kind of sprinkled in like really a non-consistent way here, but I don't actually know where they are. You just kind of do it. Nice. That 25% chance now. So we're just gonna do it. And chances are we'll walk through some of them, and it's all good. Look at that, dude. Perfect.
Just like a Jude.
Now we're gonna buy a bunch of rods. That's what we really needed a lot of money for. They are powerful, but countered by the fact that they are expensive. Alright, we're gonna need Strago and Realm's names here.
Let me take one last look. So, Strago, in the lead at 113 is Vulajin, capital VULAJN. And Realm, Lasagna put up a valiant effort at $7. The winner will be Poyo, P-O-Y-O.
I see.
Yeah, boy. than lasagna.
Same. La Saga was sure sounding good,
La
man.
Saga.
Pollo it is.
It's all lowercase, right?
All lowercase.
Oh,
Yes, it's all lowercase.
I see.
Are you judging that capitalization choice or something?
No, I'm just glad he told me on time. It was almost too late.
Almost.
So while that does close off the last of our naming incentives, we still have a little bit left to go in Final Fantasy VI. And as we said many times throughout the marathon, if you donate $30 during the course of this marathon, you are still entered for a chance to win a Nintendo Switch, brand new, with a copy of Breath of the Wild. So if you want to get in on that, get your donations in soon.
You know, I really identify with this Bulletin character and how unhelpful and liar he is.
Cranky.
Yeah, the fact that he's cranky, old, kind of a jerk.
If the people at home can't hear, apparently Villagin's very old and cranky and unhelpful and like a terrible person.
And really wishes he moved to bed right
Yeah. Just so everybody's clear.
Past my bedtime, dude.
No, it's not.
Okay, fine, but shut up.
All right. I was asked to shut up, so I'm gonna do that now.
For the entirety of the Thamasa segment.
I'm gonna have to try to read your thoughts or something so people know what you're doing.
I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna shut up, dude. No way. There's no way that's happening, man. No way. Unreal. Let's be honest. All right. We got the Flame House. It's similar to Kefka and Narsh and the Mughals that technically you can dodge the bombs in here, but they move randomly, not set pattern. You don't even know like what their front, sides, or back are, and it's actually, and the hallways are really small, so it's actually really hard to dodge them unless you get really lucky. And it's not really worth trying to sit there and wait for your opening, because chances are you're probably going to get into a battle anyway. So you pretty much just kind of go for it. You might do a little bit of dancing, but you're probably just going to go for it to see what happens. I do need to fight one encounter, and then, so I have to run into at least one, but the odds that I don't run into any are insanely low. So I want to say 2 years ago at Limit Break I ran into like 9. SGDQ last year I ran into 6, but all of them were preemptive somehow. Every single one.
That's right.
And here we are at Californiathon. We'll see. We will see. Let's find Pollo. All right. Nope. Cool. So that's our one magic point that we need for Terra. And, yeah. Okay.
Come on, Villager, we need you to pull through for us.
No! Come on, man.
I can do nothing for you.
You got this, Villagin.
All right. Well, we got all 3. All right. All right.
We're in there.
Okay.
We're gonna be here all night, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
That was
Come
all
on.
right. That was-
Come on. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Okay, well, we're 6 for 6. 2 preemptives. All right. You stay over there. Okay. Ah, dude, get out of here. Get out of here. What are you doing, dude? Unbelievable. The nerve of these things, dude. Relics. Earrings. Earrings. Running shoes. Earrings. Yeah. 6. Pretty much my standard. So what we've done there is morph with Terra, which doubles her magic power, and then use a rod that Flame Eater's weak against to one-shot him, basically. And we put some magic boosting equipment on her too, like Magus Hat, White Dress, and 1 set of earrings. There's the spell she needs. And then, again, rods do max damage. She had double the magic stat she should, and her magic stat's pretty good. And it ignores some magic defense, so that's pretty good. And then normally the morph meter drains over time. I do want it again though, but if we hang out in the menu, then it doesn't drain and we'll have access to it again for the next boss fight. So it's all good. And good news. We're in cutscenes now.
Well, alright. So we got another $5 from Squiggles the Duck. It says, "Rest in peace, Lazaga. You'll never be forgotten."
Thank you very much.
We got another $30 from Anonymous with no comment. Thank you very much, Anonymous.
Thank you much.
Well, hey, it's Darkman. He came back for the 4th time.
He cut fire, dude.
If only we had been named.
A smoke bomb works in a fire.
That's right.
It's getting a little punchy in here.
I don't know what's happening over there.
It's late, that's all.
So Poyo is Darkman's daughter, right?
Oh, no, let's not go there.
Let's go back to amazing gameplay.
Maybe if you will it hard enough, the cutscene will just.
That was a great race. An FF6 team. Alright. Good walk. Now we're back.
Shoutouts to the OC remix version of this song, which sounds like an old spaghetti western Ennio Morricone song.
It's a good song.
I'm just imagining Darkman wandering out of here to the tune of an old western 60s movie theme song.
I got yelled at the last time I exited the town from the left, so I'm gonna exit the town from the bottom. And I just have to not get blocked by NPCs, which I guess is my fault, so here we go. Right here. We did it. Alright. One? Alright, we'll run from this. Strago's also one of the slow guys. It's like Strago, Cyan, Umaro, Bannon, I believe, is the dream team of running. So if I have the opportunity to, while I'm smoke bombing away, I'm going to set my memory cursor to what I need for the boss fight. It's whatever if it doesn't work out. But may as well do it if you have the time. Alright. Woolajin should be in the correct spot, but I'll probably never know because he's too freaking slow. There we go. Alright, we're good. We're good. Thank you, Woolajin. You're good.
You're welcome.
I shouldn't have doubted you.
I'm sorry for being so slow. I'm working on it.
I believe you. Alright, we got Ultros 3 now. He's actually, again, quite dangerous. A lot more hit points this time around. But we have the magic of Thunder Rods. He's weak to fire and thunder.
This is an incredibly difficult boss fight.
Apparently it's possible to die
here.
Yeah.
Very dangerous, yeah. Roughly a 50% chance of killing a run, I'd say.
50%?
Yeah, roughly.
Based on the statistical data.
Exactly, of course.
The statistical data that it happened 1 out of 2 times.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a good sample size, I'd say.
Alright.
Yeah.
I'm not a real scientist, so I'll have to believe you. The only real tech to this fight is knowing your party order and having your icons in the correct spot. You're just trying to kill him before he buffs himself, because that takes a crap ton of time. So as you can see, you can pump out a ton of damage still. Strago and Locke not doing a whole lot, but it's enough. It's enough damage given what Terra can do. Your backup here, if for some reason you don't have enough rods, technically the trigger to end the battle is to use Sketch on him. He just does have a HP pool, so it's faster to deplete his HP with rods than to do it the real way. Not to mention, Realm is really low level. I mean, we all are. So, the chance that she misses is particularly high. And once Ultro starts doing his attacks, like, he'll one-shot you, so you don't want to let that happen. It's just that. It's typically really easy to get enough money to have enough Thunder Rods, so it's typically not a problem. He's dead. We got our 3 gold. And, yeah. Here we go.
So 1 gold for each fight that you couldn't finish?
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, and, we got a little bit of walking to do, but I'm gonna save it just in case. It's been a while. We do have a little bit of walking, but here is the true cutscene gauntlet of just it'd take a long time. The good news is after all the cutscenes are finally over, all the magic happens, all the madness happens. So it's really cool. After all that, you just gotta get through it. Even talking about the sketch glitch is not enough to get us through all these cutscenes, though. There's a lot. But it's just one of those things. Like, it is kind of rough, but for me personally, I have a harder time with the other places just because, at least after these, I know, like, you know, the end's coming and things are going to pick up and blah, 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 so that helps. But until then, here we are. We've found the Espers. And there's, like, a fairy, there's a dragon, there's a wolf guy, there's another dragon, there's another wolf guy, there's another dragon.
What right?
There's another fairy and another wolf guy. And we're trying to leave, but we're gonna get blocked by a dragon and a wolf guy. Nice, dude. Kevin from SD3. so I'm probably gonna still have too many cutscenes to get through. That's okay. We can talk about the route now. So, once upon a time, you had a glitchless route that basically barred all kinds of clips and insta-kills, and you just had to find other ways to get through the game. You had what was the standard route we call no sketch at this point, where you have access to all the glitches, and you clip, you insta-kill, you vanish doom, you reverse Joker doom, you do all that good stuff. And then along came the sketch glitch, which was already a very, very well-known entity. It's very well researched. You can find all kinds of stuff on GameFAQs and stuff about it. A lot of people knew about it. It was more about the fact that there were a lot of different versions of it, and it turns out with enough study that the Tassers did, like Cad Money and Killite, that there are certain versions of the sketch glitch that you can make use of and make a speedrun happen with it. And that's what this category is all about. Once upon a time was the fastest category until a glitch was found out where you could kill yourself 52 times in a row in the overworld, and then with certain inputs on a certain frame, you kind of cause the game to call the credits. Task-wise, it's like 20 minutes long, maybe 30, and then RTA is about 50 minutes for humans to do. And so that's the shortest route now, which really kind of makes this category a little useless at this point, just because its kind of biggest value was that it was the fastest run around. But with this category, all the routing early on is very similar to the other categories. You're getting through the game as fast as you can. But from there, you're doing things differently, especially with magic and certain items you're doing and blah, 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 and who learns what and all kinds of stuff for the sketch glitch. The bottom line with the sketch glitch is memory corruption due to the game, you trying to sketch something and not being able to, in the game having nothing to pull up to make it happen, so it starts pulling from other data instead, and then just weird things happen. There are a lot of cases where you can do this and nothing will happen, and there's actually a lot of cases where in different scenarios, different spells in different slots, other manipulations of RAM and things like that, where different things happen, like status effects, getting a bunch of items, putting stuff in an invisible and inaccessible inventory slot, all kinds of things. So we're doing a number of things. Let me start up the Leo battle here. The nice thing about the newest Ultros strat is Bannon starts out in the front row, and he shares data with General Leo. So General Leo's already in the front. You just hold the A button, and you kill Kefka. But anyway, so what we want to do is have certain items that we need, like green cherries, elixirs, tinctures, X potion. We need certain gear, like the goggles. And most importantly, we need specific spells in specific slots. So that's why I changed my magic order to 3 to put groupings of spells in different spots. And that's why I needed to learn certain spells to either push other spells in specific spots or to have spells that I absolutely have to have, like Remedy. All of that stuff has happened. So I have Remedy in a specific spell slot. I have other spells to push that spell where it's supposed to be, and that's already very key. I put the goggles in slot 184 because that's really important also. And then to perform the sketch glitch later, there are certain manipulations I have to do, like making it so Locke can't cast magic, then can cast magic, or changing Locke's MP by giving him a restorative. Even if he's at full, it still counts. All kinds of weird little things like that to kind of set up specific values, and then force the game to miss sketch, but still try to do it, and then causing all kinds of madness to happen. And that's what we're really looking to have that happen, and have very, very specific results that are useful for a speedrun. There's going to be 2 iterations of it. One that writes a bunch of items in my inventory, and then one that's going to help me, well, maybe I should save that one as a surprise, but it's going to deal with status effects, I'll just say that much. It will also put Moogle Charms in item slot 255, which doesn't exist in the American version. Well, it does exist, clearly, but you're not supposed to be able to access it. It also lets me equip goggles in a weapon slot, which you're not supposed to be able to do either. That's why it's in that specific slot. So it doesn't get overwritten, and so I can put it in my hand later. And there are reasons for that I'll get to when I need to. But that's the basic setup. So like once all the cutscenes are over, I'm bringing specific party members, I'm making specific things happen, then I'm messing with Sketch to get a very desired result that's, at least in my mind, rather entertaining. But we gotta get through all this madness first. Outside of that, y'all did donate for one other glitch that will happen in between the 2 sketch glitches I'm gonna do. And it does eat up probably 3 minutes of time, but it's worth it. It's pretty special.
Just kind of wanted to say, so yeah, things are going to get wild here pretty fast. So this run might end quicker than you think. So if you're looking to get in any last hour donations, we still can enter $30 to have a chance to win a Nintendo Switch with Breath of the Wild. So if you're looking to make any last minute donations, if you've been holding off, now is the time to do so.
We basically have to get through this, the floating continent setup, and a little bit of party action, and then we'll be there. We're almost there, everybody. I don't know what time I'm at now, I don't need to know, but if you're looking at roughly how much time you have, theoretically this run should be done just under the 4-hour mark. Getting there.
Oh, Vic, I noticed you didn't mention the yes sketch, no wrong work category.
I'm sorry. So there is another category. Actually, there's 2 more categories now that I think about it. There's a category that basically is going to do dang near everything I'm going to do. They're going to get that big old inventory and do some of the tricks that you haven't seen yet, but that I will do. They just don't use it to, they just don't use the second thing I'm going to do to kind of change my progress in the game. They'd play through there, but they'll still use all the other glitches and whatever you want to call it from there. And then my man, the Sabin, also routed his own FF6 All Bosses category. Which is fairly similar. Gonna sketch glitch, gonna get a bunch of stuff and use some tricks. But then from there, it has to route out, what sequence is the best to tackle everything, to kill all the bosses. I haven't actually watched it, but I want to say it's somewhere around 5-6 hours still. But it's done like a run, so it's obviously not ridiculously optimized. Yeah, I guess I kind of didn't really talk about them. There's been a bunch of people from France who, at different times, have had different interests in this game. So there was a while where Sketch was super popular, for FF6 standards, where LCC, me, Tonic, Countdown, Lynn, were all playing this at the same time that you had Oxy and Inkimi and maybe and the Tassers are French also, I believe, who are also playing this game, just their different version of Sketch. Possibly the most active this game's ever been. I'm not completely sure about that. But they have absolutely contributed to the tech in this game as well, so that's very cool. Once upon a time, Brosentia also had a little showcase at a GDQ about the Sketch glitch. It wasn't in a route at that time, but it was hey, we know how to make it do cool stuff, on purpose, consistently. So that happened as well. this is the last cutscene before we do stuff, so we're almost there.
Get ready to have your mind blown.
Yeah. I can't believe I talked about runners of this game. I never brought up Dream Boom. I'm so sorry, dude. You're probably never gonna watch this, but I'm so sorry. I missed you. Dream Boom used to run this game on a regular basis. Rarely cared about, like, step route tech or other tech. Just wanted to play the game, and come what may. And he just... Man, whatever happened, happened. He was a true man's man. He is also the owner of the greatest highlight of this game that's ever existed. To where he fought the Phantom Train. Sabin was the only one alive. The train tooted and confused him. And then Sabin used suplex on himself and died. And he got a game over. It is absolutely incredible. Dream B-O-U-M. Just go into his highlights and check it out. It's there. And it is the most fantastic thing I've ever seen. That's not even like exaggeration or a hyperbole at all. Like it's fantastic. I love that guy. He's super funny. His streams are one of my favorites for sure.
You should invite him here next time.
I guess so. Alright, so we're bringing Locke, we're bringing Terra, we're bringing Realm, and we're bringing Edgar. And then we're off to Triangle Island, where I'm going to park here, just there. Do a little bit of menuing. Let's put Phantom on my man Edgar here. And then let's put some sprint shoes and Gale hairpin on. And some running shoes. Let's go ahead and save it just in case I make a silly mistake. And let's see if I get the fight I need, which I do. Excellent. So I'm going to cast Phantom on myself. It puts Vanish on, which has the effect of ensuring 100% spell success, which is important. We're going to imp him, and then we're going to unimp him. And then we're going to imp him again. So this is, hey, Locke can't use magic. Oh, now he can. Oh, now he can't. That's important. And then I'm going to give him 4 tinctures. Basically, even though he's at full, it's like still changing his MP value 4 times. That's important also. We're gonna wait. Okay, he takes his turn, so that's good too. Then I'm gonna reverse sketch, basically. Confuse. Okay, that's fine. And now, since she's confused, she's going to try to target Sketch on the party, which is not possible. So that's going to be our setup for making Sketch not happen. Which is going to freak the game out. You're going to see all these graphical glitches. More is happening than just this. Like, again, I'm getting a lot of items in my inventory and a lot of strange values. And you can see the strange values here in the HP level as well. So yeah, this is normal. It happens every time. It's all good. Normally, after you run away, you would save, which I'm still going to do, and then you'd reset. You would not want to waste your time going into this airship at all, because it lags a lot, but we want to do this now on purpose. So first, we're shaking, there's an earthquake. I'm not even there, but I am there. And then we get some nice text. And then, this is why you really don't want to do this, is because I want to change my party members, which you would want to do anyway, but you can see that there's lag. So it takes a while. Nice portrait too, right? And then we're going to put those guys specifically in my party. Now I'm a raft. And we're going to equip. So I want you to look at his weapon slot. He's got a Moogle Charm in there. It's because Moogle Charms ended up in that slot 255, which is the Japanese heavy glitch. where once you put something in that slot and then you optimize, and they don't have anything else they can put there, it's going to equip something from that slot instead. So we have the Moogle Charms there. There's nothing I can put in those guys' hands or Cyan's armor, so we're going to put Moogle Charms there instead. And that's going to be cool for later. I think we're all familiar with what Moogle Charms do. When you have it equipped in your party, you don't get encounters. And Mog is the only person who can use that, but because of this glitch, I now have 3 people on with it on. And I think we're all aware what Kefka's Tower is like. So what that tells us is that now I have 3 parties with Moogle Charm on. Okay. Now I'm gonna save and reset it. And what this did, you can already kind of see the outcome, is now all my characters have swapped palettes. So everybody's gonna have a different color scheme than they should. And eventually you'll see my man Setzer with the most beautiful colors you've ever seen in your life. It's quite fantastic. Not yet, but later. As far as I can tell, though, they don't change in battle. It's just in the overworld. So, as you can see, it's still kind of normal. Basically, we have a different enemy here. He's already invisible, so that's going to be kind of what happens there. I forgot to equip Edgar, but that's okay. Hello? So, Imp. We want the whole setup to happen, but I do want Edgar to run away before we start it up. So, we're going to go ahead and charge that run. Green Cherry. Elixir. Basically the same type of thing. Impum, unimpum, use MP restoratives, blah blah blah. Is it gonna hit? Yep. Green Cherry. Oh, I messed up. No, I didn't.
Well, you did now.
Now I did. I had it completely right.
We're waiting for the game to load. We got a $5 donation from Anonymous with no comment. Thank you very much for your donation.
Now here's the fun. Thank you for the donation, because the main reason why I wanted to reset besides the glitch was to ensure this encounter, but we got it again anyway. It's fine. Obviously I lost some time, but it is what it is. What I find more entertaining is that I had the chance to equip Edgar again and I didn't. So things are going good. I don't know, I had it in my head and I didn't use this elixir, but I totally did. So, not sure. It's okay. We get to watch it again, not a problem. The main reason I'm waiting here is you have to make sure Imp hits. Okay, it's okay if Terra runs too, just Locke and Realm need to be there, so let's go ahead and try to make it happen. Alright, cool. Okay. So we're gonna sketch again, and some madness is gonna happen. Got a tree branch as my cursor now, and we're just gonna sit here. I got my noise blaster and Marvel shoes in my hands, and I have all these items I should never have had in the first place. I know I'm scrolling fast, but there's a lot of stuff. Okay, we're gonna equip the goggles in his hand. We'll go from -4 to -3. And then we have apostrophe 2 running shoes that we want, so we're gonna move those up. And then take the Marvel shoes out of his hand to put some bucklers on, a buckler. And then we have flame shields that don't even have a number next to them. And we're gonna go ahead and do that. Then I'm gonna have to wait for hopefully something to happen in this battle anyway, so I may as well adjust my inventory. So I'm going to put the X potion. This is also part of, very important, slot 1. We'll go ahead and put that there. Where are my Phoenix Downs? We'll put important stuff towards the top where we want it. And yeah, that should do it. So here's the magic part of this category. Something will happen, hopefully. Unfortunately, it's a variable amount of time. It could happen 30 seconds from now, 2 minutes from now, 3 minutes from now, 5 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now, or never. And I have no way of knowing until that. It's completely based on what frame I started the sketch glitch on. It's very rare to get the nothing happens ever and the 10 minutes, but from there, hard to say.
What did you do to this poor video game?
So, some important. Okay, there we go. And what this sketch glitch has done is it's given me every single status effect in the game, all of them. And one of the way the mechanics work, if you're in the World of Ruin and you're on this island and you fight a Zone Eater, the Zone Eater is supposed to cast Engulf on you, and your party member disappears, right? So when all your party members get the Engulf status, then the game says, okay, you're in the Zone Eater dungeon now. And since I got every single status effect, oh god, that's right, I'm on a different seed. I could die here. I might have to do it all again. Ooh! That's also the good thing about the seed previous to this one, is you are guaranteed to not get an encounter. So oh man. Ha ha ha. Anyway, so we've skipped everything. And because we skipped straight here, there were no triggers for me to lose my airship, to lose any of my party members, or anything like that. So I'm on the same island, everything is fine. And except I'm in the World of Ruin, instead of having to do, I don't have to recruit party members, I don't have to do the floating continent or anything like that. I could potentially run into whatever his face is, but Doom Gaze, yeah. I almost wanted to say Doom Eater for some reason, I don't know why. Zone Eater, whatever, it's fine. But yeah, other than that, we are free to progress. So now we can check out the results of our palette swap. Freaking Sabin's still exactly the same, but everybody else is different. And you have beautiful Blonde Setzer right there in the center. As Tonic put it, Goth Terra, and like a bunch of people. It's super funny. I love it. You got like Gao Celis, and it's fantastic. And so, despite everything, we are absolutely 100% ready for Kefka's Tower. And we're gonna leave Kutan on the ship, because Kutan sucks. We're taking everybody else, though. It's all good. So, I'm obviously gonna refer to them when they happen, but again, a lot of things are put in place to help progression through this place. So we're gonna start with Party 2. And first and foremost, again, the 3 people I put Moogle Charms on, each one of them is in a party right now. So Sabin's the one with the Moogle Charm right now. And so I will not be getting a single encounter in this place, again, outside of boss fights. And I don't even have to fight all the bosses either, because of other skips as well. So yeah, we'll progress through here. So there's kind of a double-edged sword to this route and this glitch. The way I'm going to progress through bosses is pretty hilarious. The flip side is it's also like skill is not really involved in it, so you really just blow through them. So people have their different tastes, but if you haven't seen this before, you'll definitely be very surprised about what's in store. If you have seen it before, maybe it's more of the same, but it is what it is.
So we have just a bit more to go. We have hit $15,500. So we just have a little bit more. Can we get $16,000 before the end of this run? It's up to you guys. Any $30 or more donated during this marathon goes directly towards entering that chance to win a Nintendo Switch. So get your donations in, because we are very nearly at the end of this run.
So we did some equipping there. Setzer is the most important person in this party, so we put some of the best endgame armor on him just to try to make sure he survives. You wouldn't normally save here, but I will just in case, and we're going to perform our first boss skip. So I'm going to step on the tile and trigger a transition to my next party, and then trigger a transition back to my party while also going into the menu. It's just hitting X then Y, like right after the other. And then once I switch leaders, I can just walk off the trigger, and you can skip Inferno right there. That's been well known for quite a while, and as long as you're not doing glitchless or yes 52, because you would never get this far, then you're gonna do it. Funny enough, Inferno is not free at all, so you definitely want to skip them with the setup we have. And now we'll hang out with Blonde Setzer for a while. And here we go. Oops. And any other route too, this is not a place you want to take missteps in. But since I can't get encounters, it doesn't matter. But yeah, this place is brutal when you can get encounters. There's one encounter that could just outright kill you. It's the Outsiders. They're like ninja variants. They throw stuff at you and you die. There are also 2 encounters that are inescapable. And certainly here, with this setup, we're not ready for that at all. Look at that face, dude. It's awesome. Unfortunately, with this setup, we don't get to see Setzer cross his arms like a boss, but it's okay. Alright, we do have Guardian coming up. Nothing special here, unfortunately. We're going to do the classic slot setup with the main caveat that you will not survive if you miss slots. So, you can't miss it or else I have to reset. And that's why we save there in that spot that I did, just in case. Otherwise, again, you wouldn't do it in a PB attempt. Alright, let's go. Check out my Magic Tech armor. Pretty hot. Again, remember, Magic Tech armor is a status, so that's why I told you to remember. Alright, we're good. So, go screen. Alright, easy peasy. We did it. This is not any different from the no sketch category. You would Joker Doom him as well. You would just have 2 people in your party instead of 3. We'll go ahead and save it here too. Much better save point to have. Should anything happen, there's not a lot of progress I have to make up. So we're gonna do another skip here. Normally you'd have to go and fight Poltergeist, and then you would drop above this conveyor belt, but doing the same transitions, and changes, I can just continually walk up. I can just continually walk up the conveyor belt instead, and I don't have to fight him. Poltergeist is free. You could fight him. You could just slot him, and it'd be fine. But obviously skipping him is faster. Okay, we're gonna put our magic stuff on Locke, because he's the best. And then we're gonna put running shoes on everybody. So now we're gonna see our first specific set of craziness. I don't care about spells on Strago or... I see. Strago or Gao at all, but I do want them to have the magic menu, so you have to put an Esper on them to have that. Apparently I didn't do that.
He walked out there, but I think he just turned
Yeah,
right
if you
around.
turn around too fast, then it doesn't count. I just didn't really pay attention. I was probably yakking away too much. So we'll lose a little bit of time here to do that again, but I mean, it's not a big deal. We can enjoy our music a little bit more, I guess. Alright, here we go. We're back to it. So... I'll explain it after, I guess. We're gonna try what's called a menu merge. I guess I'll just explain it now. Attacking with goggles as your weapon gives you a 9-frame window to merge your magic and item menu. So I went into magic, but I'm in the item menu. And what it's gonna do is it's gonna let me use an item as a magic spell. And both items and magic have like ID numbers, and it just so happens that when I go into magic, but I actually access an item instead, this item, the X potion, has the same ID as Baba Breath, the ability BichPhuongBallz has. So you're just gonna knock Doom right out of there, and the battle's over. That's what I mean. Like, seeing that for the first time is freaking hilarious. But I mean, free fight, right? There's a 100% consistent setup to do that menu merge. It used to be you had to do timing, and you had to just make sure you entered the menu in that 9-frame window, which wasn't hard either, but it was hard to get it consistently every single time you try to do it. So with that setup, it's really easy. So Doom is basically free. We have a different present here for Goddess. We will not be seeing Baba Breath because we don't have Locke in the party. He's the only one with the goggles who can do it. So we have another setup instead, which you do need to save for just in case. But I'm gonna basically do what's called a reverse Phantom. So Phantom normally puts Vanish on you, but since he's confused, you're actually gonna cast Phantom on Goddess, which is gonna put Vanish on her. And remember that Vanish makes you hit the spell 100% of the time, and so since we're still in Magitech, she has access to Xfer, which is like X Zone, and you just warp her out of there basically.
Do you have some time for a couple quick donations?
Yeah.
Okay. Real quick, we got a $30 donation from Anonymous. Great event. Always like to see my home state rally together for a good cause. I8 Jesus also donates $30, saying, "Why doesn't anyone ever speedrun the greatest Final Fantasy of all, Mystic Quest?"
We do.
We do.
Every Monday.
In fact, Bick and the Jimmy Poopins on the far left, who is not quite on camera, but Feral Pigman, both actually do speedrun Mystic Quest.
Okay, so we have a special setup for Kefka. Kefka, as we know, is a multi-stage boss, and even with speedrun tech, is not free. We all know he can be very trolly, he can be very difficult to deal with, and you have to be really on your game to beat him if you're playing not this category. So we're so vastly underprepared for this fight. It's actually, despite what I'm going to eventually do, it's really easy to die. And in fact, I almost died in SGDQ. I was probably in this fight, instead of 45 seconds, I was probably in there for like 4 minutes, just trying to get something to happen. So, despite what you'll see, it does take some effort. But we are going to do the same basic setup as what you saw with Doom. We will be using Locke with goggles. We will be trying to get into the magic menu in that 9-frame window to merge it with their item menu. The setup's going to be a little different though, because using Baba Breath on Kefka Tier 1 is not very useful. But we have another plan. I'm just going to leave it at that, and you'll see what happens. It does happen quickly, especially if I make it happen first try. So just make sure you're ready for it. Same with time also, especially if everything works out, then it's going to come really quick. But if you want to start thinking about it, really start thinking about, in the World of Ruin, when you're recruiting Terra, and what the sequence of events is like in boss battles and what happens with all of that. If you want to think about that, and wrap your head around that, then you can probably figure out what I'm going to do instead. Alright, here we go. Let's see what motley crew we bring here. We got FMA, Caleb Hart 4, Ralse, and Gummy Worm. Let's go.
That's the gummy worm.
I finished it.
Alright, we messed up. Well, we didn't really, but we had unfortunate circumstances. So this this is the trap you can really, really fall into. Tier 1's gonna one-shot. If he ever uses a damaging attack, it's gonna kill someone. Like, it's gonna kill someone. So, you kind of have to weather the storm and hope that it works out. That's fine. Alright, goodbye, Setzer. You're out of here. Okay, get ready on time. Time. I know, right? Exactly the epic Kefka battle you were expecting. So, if you remember what recruiting Terra is like, you fight the boss, and then he Baba Breaths one or two people out of your party, and then you exit the battle. And what it actually does when it's used on a party member is it sets a victory flag. That way it knows once the battle ends, you won the battle, and the game is allowed to move on to the next cutscene. And you're using that exact concept on Kefka Tier 1. When you use it on a party member instead, it sets a victory flag for the entire Kefka battle, and all you have to do is finish the battle, and the easiest way to do that is to then just kill yourself. And then it just, since the victory flag's already there, it just cuts straight to the ending cutscene, and you legitimately win the game. Legitimate win. Nothing fancy about it.
So you know your time was 3:54:27?
3:54:27. That's the fastest I've ever done that in a marathon, I think. Although I didn't have to deal with Demon Chocobo, so that's probably why. But yeah.
So with that run draws Californiathon essentially to a close. Our final donation total is $15,593. Give yourself a round of applause.
I'm not a big epic speech guy. I'll let staff do it, but I do want to thank the staff for letting me play this game for their marathon, and I want to thank my friends Jimmy, and Jimmy for backing me up. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Give it a round of applause for Nick real quick. Alright everyone, that is the end of Californiathon 2. I just want to say thank you everyone for watching. It's really appreciated. Just if you here for just a few minutes to even donate, or donate a ton, like Moomin for instance. He's crazy. Thank you everyone for just being here in general. This marathon means a ton to me, to everyone here, to everyone who's planned it, and we just really appreciate it. Now, only some shout outs as well. Shoutouts to everyone on staff for, well, just doing everything at this point. Shoutouts to Peter, aka Me Gots This. He provided the stream computer, he had all the audio equipment, the mixer. He did a lot of the tech work and stuff that we couldn't figure out. Sometimes we had to call him in the middle of the night so he can work him up so he can fix something. That's alright. Shoutouts to Zorlax as well. He helped a lot in the middle of the night when there weren't a lot of people here. Same as Sikinar as well. Those three are partners in crime. They were really helpful. Shouts to OC. He organized a mystery tournament you saw earlier on Saturday. It went very well, and I'm very happy with him. Shouts to Gregor as well, also on staff. He helped a lot of tech. He did a lot of organization. Also shouts to Raging Cherry too. Came here and also helped with wherever he could with organizing equipment, organizing just everything to help with tech. Yeah, he was really useful. Shouts to everyone who's traveled from out of state to come here, like Shelby from Canada, Darby from Virginia, Golden, just everyone. Cure from Texas, even
Darkman, Darkwing.
Even Tangent Dave from Texas, who rode on a bus 2 days to get here to do commentary for Zelda Randomizer. He is committed and he is awesome. Thank you. And last but not least, I want to give one gigantic, huge thank you and shout out to Jeff in 3D, our leader, the guy who, without this, we wouldn't have a marathon today, last year, or at all. I want to give a little, yeah. I'll give a little brief history of how his marathon became to be as well. So, around 2015, me and Jeff decided to organize a marathon between both of us, where all we did was we just did basically just either blinds or like second time playthroughs of games we wanted to speedrun. We call it dumbathon, basically. That never happened in the ends, but it basically spawned more people to get interested because we were talking about it like on Twitter, and more people get interested. First person was BOK Yoshi, who hopped in and like he wanted to get on our idea and just hang out one day because we're all in Southern California. And they also try and get Studio, who was living in Irvine at the time, to hop in as well. So we went to 4 people, and eventually more people got interested. We got more people recruited. Then we just straight up said, you know what? Let's make this a giant marathon in the end. And here we are today, our second marathon, destroying our record from last year, about $5,500, by about $10,000 now. Just incredible. Let's just, yeah, give it an applause for that too. So really quick, also shout out to AOD staff and the Santa Clara Marriott for letting us use this venue here, and they've been very, very helpful. Shout out to Super Soul Bros, our sponsor, who had our music going the entire time. Also, speaking of music, Gregor also writes music too. I forgot to mention that earlier. It's like Ghost King on the back here. There you are. Hello. He was reading donations for a while too. Yeah. He also had the PC, same as Snowfats. He also had another PC we used for runs and everything. Yeah. So all I gotta say is just thanks everyone for being here. It's enough shoutouts for now. We love you all, and we're gonna find someone to host. And
shoutouts to Shasta.
Just yeah. Yeah. So I think I'm agreeing on this earlier. It was gonna be hosting and rating Maxi Lobes, who was supposed to run Devil May Cry here, but he missed his flights. So I think it's gonna be a good way to repay him back for that. As a little compensation. So we need a rate message. Any ideas?
Lasagna.
Lasaga.
Perfect. So Lasaga. Lasaga. All right, so we should be posting that in chat now. Go destroy his chats. Just absolutely decimate it for hours on end, for however long he's going to be streaming. He streams late at night anyways. All right. So yeah, once again, from bottom of my heart, from bottom of everyone here, from bottom of just thank you all for watching. You guys are the best. And hope you all have a great night. Have a great week for the rest of the week. Have a great rest of your life too. Why not?